Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. I am Alex and I'm coming to you live from Mshatu, Okakuyo and Djuma respectively today. And joining us throughout the show will be Andrew and Morgan in Amakhala, Lauren and Darby in Madikwe and Ralph in Kariga. But quite a busy start up here in Mshatu. Lots of guinea fowl, and we did just have a rather big herd of impala. And it seems like a little warthog as well. So rather a busy start, and I do expect it to get very busy throughout the day. It is going to be quite warm, in particular here and in Okakuyo. So we can expect good numbers of ellies at some point. And as usual, I will be keeping a track of how many mammal species we do see on the dam cams. And I'll call out any birds that I do hear or see as well for you. So please do remember, this is a live and interactive an immersive experience. This is also your safari, so please do send through any questions, comments, things you might have noticed, heard, anything you'd like to chat about. We love to chat with you, and we'd love to answer your questions and immerse you into the wilderness. But really a lovely, I suppose, but quite quiet start to the morning. But in saying that, it is time for us just to check what the weather is. So we're going to see where and how hot it might be across our locations. So there's quite a big flock of quelea that have joined us as well, just on the right hand side of the screen. And they do frequent this waterhole throughout the day as well, so it's always good to see them. And we have had a jackal around recently too, so with these guinea fowl around, it might be the case, we might see it. Do have to just keep our eyes peeled too. So these bush chickens will definitely alarm call for us too. So I'll also just keep an eye or an ear out just here and see if they get spooked by anything as well. So just good to see them in good numbers also coming down for a drink. And they do kind of mill about and then push on as well throughout the course of the day. But lovely to see them. There's always lots of chitter chatter going on with the guinea fowl. Exactly, Jenna. It is a really beautiful morning, and we've got quite a few warthog around as well, as you can see. And that mud wallow just there towards the back on the left hand side has really grown in size. The ellies were in their numbers yesterday, as well as the warthog, and we are trying to see if there's a little moat that creates itself just through the warthog probably, and we might just see it fill up with a bit more water and get a bit more muddy later on. But it really did get quite deep yesterday with all the ellies in there. So we are just going to keep track of that as well, because they do mold the landscape, and so do the warthogs as well. And this warthog wallow or ellie wallow as well probably will grow in size throughout the day as well. But good just to keep tabs on what is going on around the dam. So I've counted on 7 warthogs so far. And I actually haven't seen them around in this number at least. They normally come in little pockets of 2 or 3. So it's quite cool to see how many are actually around at the moment. Great just to listen to the sounds for now and just watch those warthog mill about. So we're just going to just take a second just to listen and see what else might be in the area. Just keep an ear out for any approaching ellies. So I do just want to have a little pan around and just see if we haven't missed anyone. We do also have that Egyptian geese family, and they do only have one gosling left, so always cool just to keep tabs and make sure that they have still got that one gosling, and also just see if anyone else has snuck in on the side. So we do have more impala, and obviously quite a big boar, it seems. That's at the water as well. Hi Henny, so it will depend on the animal and obviously how close they are to the water throughout the day. It also does depend on the temperature of the day. So as it does get hotter, the ellies do like to come through, obviously to cool down, mud wallow, splash themselves with water as well as drink. And the impala, it seems, also come throughout the day, but also in the cooler, earlier times in the day, we do have quite an influx. But we can't plot and plan who decides to come through and when, so it might depend on the day, and it does depend on the weather at times too, also the wind sometimes. But definitely with species like black rhino in certain areas, they prefer coming to water in the early mornings, evenings, or even at night, as they operate far more throughout the evenings and night than they do during the day. But ellies, we can expect them throughout the day. It does just depend also sometimes how far they come, how far they've traveled. And the warthogs are kind of almost resident around here. They are pretty reliant on water, so they aren't too far ever away from here. But it does depend, and it also depends on how far everything has had to move from feeding grounds or areas where there is adequate vegetation to come through to the water too. So it can depend on a day. I hope that does give you kind of an indication, Henny. Hi Brenda, so the warthogs like to wallow as well, but that doesn't mean they go too deep. So I would assume they would go into maybe about 50 to 60 centimeters odd deep. But there's a crocodile here as well, so they will be aware of that. But they do spend more of their time in more of the shallower areas, obviously wallowing and covering themselves in mud too. They obviously aren't the tallest of animals, so you don't really see them swimming or anything, but you definitely see them wallowing.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly.
So lovely to see good number of wildebeest come through. Just seems like there's an endless procession today, or at least this morning, and just off that game trail straight in. So really nice numbers. So as the rest of these wildebeest do filter on through here, it is time for us to filter on over to Okakuyo. So quite a contrast in terms of the scenery and obviously the morning here in Okakuyo. And we do have a journey or tower giraffe that look like they are approaching the water. So it's always cool to watch giraffe approach water because they're very aware. Obviously they kind of have to be because they are very vulnerable when they do drink. So they will just be scanning around and making sure there isn't anything around for them so that they can actually enjoy a drink in peace. So we will just kind of just wait and watch and see how they approach this water. And we'll get a bit closer obviously once they do get here. And we'll just keep an ear out for anything that might be around, as well as any of the bird sounds or calls that might be here too. We have had a tawny eagle present as well of the last few days, so maybe we will get lucky and also see that drinking today too. I think I can make an oryx out also on the right hand side there, so hopefully we'll get them, but they do come down in their numbers, and we have had a lot of springbuck and quite a few elephant around too, as well as the zebra wildebeest and kudu. It might take a little bit of time for those giraffes to pluck up the courage to come down, but it's always good to watch and see how they mosey on or meander themselves all the way down. And it's definitely cool to note and observe how they approach water sources. Hi, Henry, who's 9 years old, and that's a really interesting question because there are a number of them that will kind of join up together, and they use each other obviously as protection for predators. So you do often see the odd wildebeest with impala, and you do see them all kind of acting in almost symbiosis, which is basically them using all their attributes together to kind of mix, feed, and browse in the comfort of having many eyes and the ability to track or notice if any predators are around them. So wildebeest and zebra join up, obviously because they like feeding on different sizes of grass. So the wildebeest like smaller or the shorter grass, and the zebra the higher grass, so they do mix graze together. And it's not uncommon to see impala or inyala together either, and even giraffe and other antelope as well. So it does also depend on the area and where the antelope are more prevalent, but they will kind of join up together as well. Sometimes though, at least with inyala and bushbuck, there can be a bit of competition between the two of them because they do feed on this similar vegetation. So you do often see inyala chasing bushbuck out. So them probably not, but a lot of the other species do kind of join up and feed together. So I hope that answers your question. I can hear a few sandgrass this morning as well. Those are the Namaqua sandgrass. And I think I heard acacia-pied barbet as well, which is probably the most widespread barbet across southern Africa. They're found in many areas, and they do have quite a cool call as well. But that bubbly sound is the Namaqua sandgrass, and they make a very cool sound, and they do have quite a cool adaptation. So they do kind of wade into the water, and what they do is they use their breast feathers to soak up water, and then they take that water to their chicks so that their chicks can drink. A pied crow going through there, and we will also see the Cape crow at some point also calling. It's quite an ominous sound when they do call. You can also hear the blacksmith lapwing. Lots of them around. We do have them in Djuma and in Mashatu as well. Morning, Tanya. Yes, you do. And it is possible for us to see them throughout the day as well. Sometimes more so in the evening. But we definitely do get the helmeted guinea fowl here. So the same species as in Mashatu and also in Djuma. So it does seem like those giraffe are hanging back a little bit. We are just going to stick here for a minute or two and just see what is going on. But it does seem like another set of giraffe. It did look like quite a big bull that might have joined them. So I'm just watching what is going on with them as well.
Una roba bianca che si muove, vero?
Zebra ancora.
Secondo me la giraffa te lo mangia.
Anche perché loro probabilmente
Io l'ho fotografato anche. Sì, quello lì, guarda. È bellissimo quella fotografia.
così ne avete visti due.
So we're just waiting for these oryx to come down. It does look like they're interested in drinking, so we are just going to just wait and see their approach and see who else might be in the area. Otherwise we will just give it a scan. It does look like that giraffe or those giraffe are moving off into the distance there.
Traffico internazionale di segni.
Alrighty, so it does seem like These oryx are a bit hesitant to come down. I'm not too sure why. But while everyone hesitates to come through to Orikakuya, we won't hesitate and go across to Mashatu. So it seems like Mashatu is the place to be at the moment. We are just going to monitor what is going on with the guinea fowl because they're here in good numbers, and as I said, there has been a jackal that's been around. And I'm sure with guinea fowl in these numbers, that jackal might be quite close or might be interested in having a look for some breakfast. So we'll just make sure that we do have some eyes, at least on his quarry, her quarry. But good, just to make sure we haven't missed anyone again on the left-hand side. So I will pan back to the guinea fowl now. I just want to make sure that no one else has snuck in or down to the dam. So it's always cool watching numbers of guinea fowl as they congregate around water, because you also see them darting around and they're very fast. You see them kind of chasing each other, making a huge racket. You will make that out. They kind of zoom in and around, almost like little road runners, these little bush chickens. We will just stick with them because they're always busy, so there's always something going on with guinea fowl. It's always good to watch animals that are busy and up to things, and they always are quite alert as well, so they will definitely alarm or make a huge noise once something that they don't like is around or is present. It's always cool to see any species in large numbers as well. There are lots of them around Mashatu. Yes, Chloe, they definitely are entertaining, and nice that they are your pastime too. And they're actually one of 6 species of guinea fowl. These, you do get 6 species of guinea fowl. They are endemic to Africa, although they are farmed commercially in other parts of the world. But at least where they are found wild, there are 6 of them. I think probably the most beautiful is the vulturine, which is up in Tanzania and in Kenya. I think possibly even northern Mozambique, but I do stand to be corrected. But they are a really beautiful species of guinea fowl, the vulturine guinea fowl. And obviously the crested guinea fowl almost look like disco chickens with big afros. Also one of my favorites. And we do get large numbers of these, the helmeted guinea fowl across Orikakuya, here in Mashatu and in Djuma too, so it's not uncommon to see them. And again, we do have quite a big flock of quelea coming in and out and just drinking on the right hand side of us as well. Interesting to note we had quite a number of impala down and around this morning, and they all seem to have pushed off, as well as that big herd of wildebeest that was here. I do just want to scan around and just check that there isn't anyone kind of waiting in the wings on the periphery. Just make sure that we do get to capture that approach once they are seen, or if I do find them. Again, we still haven't seen the croc for a bit. Always do keep an eye out for him. At least it doesn't look like anything's approaching from this side. Hi Martina, there's a number of things that I do look forward to, but it was quite interesting the other day when we had a hyena around, at least in Mashatu, and they were wallowing right in front of the camera, so that was really cool. But I do like the black rhino up in Okakuyo, the different bird sounds, and obviously large numbers of anything that really does come through. At all three of the locations are really beautiful in their own right, and they all have their own special animals that do come through for us. I do just want to spend some time here just watching these quail as they come down, because it's awesome just seeing how large the numbers are. Hi Chloe, yes, they are a great morning pastime here in Mashatu. Always great to hear the different sounds that are in Mashatu. There's always birds, and they always are in their numbers as well. So it's always great just to listen to what's going on. So while we do enjoy spending time with the guinea fowl, we do eventually have someone that is very thirsty up in Kikuyu, and it's time for us to go and see what is going on there. So as you can see, we do have quite a big herd of wildebeest joining us, and it's great that we've had them in Mishatu and now in Okikuyu as well. So as it does get hotter, we can expect these large numbers of antelope and grazers coming through, as well as some of the browsers too. The giraffe is still in the background. The oryx are kind of milling about, but they haven't got too thirsty just yet. There is one there in the water, but great numbers of wildebeest through at the moment. And how long they stick with us, I'm not too sure. But we will just watch and observe them while they are here.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
So it looks like these are the first 3 of this herd coming down, or at least of this party of zebra, Dazzle. So again, we'll just watch them all approach, come through, and then see how they interact with each other once they are at the water, because they can be quite feisty. And I think once everyone gets their tonsils wet, they will be quite a bit calmer. And again, we'll just have to see how that plays out as well. Hi Debbie, so it does change throughout the day, and it does also change with the weather, but it is obviously getting quite busy now. But there are kind of hot spots, so everything does kind of come through, then it quietens down, and then it heats up again. But it also depends on who's in the area and how thirsty the animals are as well. So there are some more arid or desert adapted animals around, and they don't necessarily need access to water all the time. So that also does influence who is around and how often they come down. But we have been noticing huge herds of zebra, wildebeest, and springbok around of late, and there are some kudu coming down, it seems, as well. So there's always good numbers around. It just depends on who decides to come down. You know, it does also sometimes depend on if there are predators around. That might also spook them off. Yes, Veronica, it really is so peaceful. And it's so awesome seeing the animals come down and be so relaxed at the moment, although they can be wary at times. But at the moment they seem quite relaxed, and it is so peaceful. Very interesting observation. So they sometimes only come through, or I've only heard of them coming through mostly at night. But I mean, if it is overcast, it could indicate that they might come through the lines. But I know that we did have them on the other evening, and I have seen footage of them mostly at night. So when it's cooler, obviously it's quite open and barren. So for them to come through, it does mean that everyone else is going to scatter and be very wary. But that does not mean that the lions won't come through during the day. Just means that we just haven't seen them just yet. However, mostly in the evenings and night, at least from what I'm led to believe at the moment. So really healthy numbers of zebra through at the moment, and I was hoping we would get this, because it's really cool seeing them come down in their numbers like this as well. And great to have the wildebeest in the background as well as having some kudu. It does look like there's some more zebra around too, so I'm just going to zoom out because it's great to see the numbers that they are actually down in. But there are some zebra up on the crest line there too. Obviously we did have the giraffe up there as well, and the kudu did pass at some point too, so we do hope they'll obviously all come down and we do get to watch them. But while these zebra are here, let's just take the opportunity to spend a bit of time closer in on them and get dazzled by the dazzle. We do have a lone springbok approaching as well at the moment. So very interesting. As we started, there really wasn't much action, and it really has heated up quite quickly. And I do hope that this is the case throughout the rest of the day. It's always great spending time on waterholes that are very busy. Not that this is not busy, just that we had to just be a bit patient. The bush always does require patience. So it's always good for us just to see that patience does pay off. Hi Morris, that's a very interesting question because I suppose it has to do really with evolution, and over time this will be ingrained behavior for them as well. But it's also why some animals will also try and drop their calves or lambs at certain times in the year as well, because with that higher birth rate it does mean that there's a higher chance of success. A lot of those younger individuals will then make it through to adulthood. So there are a number of adaptations and evolutionary traits that have occurred over many years that have allowed for the success of these animals. So obviously sticking together in numbers, allowing the odd 2 or 3 to rest or sleep here and there while the others graze and look out. So as I said, it does depend on the species too sometimes as to what traits they might have evolved into or have. But they definitely are evolutionary and they've been learnt over time, so it's ingrained behavior now. There we go, there are the sandgrass, and the macro sandgrass is calling. If we do see any in the water, we'll try and zoom in as well. Doesn't look to be too windy, so we should have quite a stable feed then as well. So we do get the opportunity, we will have a look. So it does seem like these zebra are at least pushing up, but there are a few more just on the tree line over there, and I'm sure they'll also be coming through. It's almost like drips and drabs at the moment, but great to have so much action already this morning. So very, very happy. And some nice springbok on the left hand side of us, but I'm just going to zoom out because it's important that we do see who else might be in the area. And sometimes it's quite cool to watch them approach as well. So I can just make out some more zebra coming through. As you can see right there on the left hand side. Good numbers of them, but also just coming through this little thicket here as well that's right in front of us. So I do think we're going to have quite a bit of zebra action this morning. I'm just going to make sure that there aren't anything, or there isn't anything else that is coming as well. And then we'll go back and we will wait for them all to come down. You can kind of make out the zebra just in the distance, kind of as the others moving off. There are a huge number coming through. They are quite camouflaged with this concrete stone that is around as well. So I think within the next minute or so we will have large numbers of zebra down at the waterfront again. It'll be interesting to see how far they actually go in. They must suck up that water as well, so it will also go in, so we can just view them and how they drink. So there's a number of zebras slowly making their way through. You can just make them almost like, kind of look like ghosts or apparitions there in the distance, but they are coming down. And once they do get to the water, we will zoom in because the picture will be far better then. So just about here, but large numbers and a very big herd approaching right now. Really, really cool to see. So as you can see, they have just made their way down. I'm going to zoom in now, because I do think they'll hang around for a little bit, and they do seem to be quite relaxed. You can see them almost sucking that water in with their mouths, almost like straws. So what's very interesting is that zebra at least can last around 5 waters without day, or 5 days without any water. The tongue is getting tired there. So being in an area that is quite dry at times, it obviously does help them out a bit. There are also odd-toed ungulates, so quite closely related to rhinos like that, because they're also hind gut fermenters and very gaseous as well because of that. So it's quite a rudimentary digestive system that they do have. So they do produce quite a lot of flatulence, zebra, and that is obviously just because of the way their stomach is structured. So they do roughly need around 14 odd liters of water a day, but they can actually take around 21 liters too. So if they are obviously very thirsty and if they hadn't had water over those, say, 5 days odd, and obviously to replenish that, they would take up to around 21 liters. But again, like other herbivores, if the moisture content in the vegetation or grasses that they are eating is quite high, they will also supplement a lot of that moisture that they do need in their systems through what they are eating. Yes, James, exactly. They really are a work of art. And that goes across species. I think for me, probably the gravy zebra is the most artistic or pretty. Beautiful, if you want to say. But I'm very fond of all zebra. And I really do like the stripe patterns. Even, I suppose, the size, just because gravy zebra is also the biggest zebras. I am very fond of them, at least, as well. But plain zebra are also very beautiful, as are the mountain zebras. You can see they are quite relaxed at the moment. They can be quite boisterous and they can be quite hard on each other as well at times. They will bite, kick. They can really be quite nasty as well at times. So that obviously is when there's a lot of pressure on them. It's not uncommon to see zebra be biting or kicking each other as well. And there's obviously is a very hard kick and a very hard bite. It does look like they are moving off, so I'm just going to zoom out and see who might have joined us as well. And it just looks like that one lone zebra hanging about now. Some of the others are enticed. So it does look like our procession of pajama ponies is moving off. And those stripes are heading off to the distance. So while they head off to the distance, I think it's time for us to head off to Mshatu, see who's decided to join us there. So it seems those zebras left and these joined us along with the giraffe. Really has been a very busy start to today, so we are hitting good numbers. It's effectively now seen 2 separate subspecies of giraffe, although we didn't get a good look at the others up in Okakuyo. We have seen 2, and there seems to be more zebra coming in to join as well, so just do want to watch them coming in. You can watch that giraffe move off as well, but there was a warthog on the other side as well as some guinea fowl that have still been around. You can hear them chirping away. And again, it's interesting because of the crocodile that is around here. The zebra also aren't too interested in getting that deep in. They are obviously aware of what is around, and also because it's a bit thicker here, they'll also be wary of that as well. There are good predator numbers around. Obviously, where there's game, there are predators. And let's see if we can get a better look, a closer look. Always cool to spend time with the different species. Obviously, when they do hang around for us, that's right, just to see and observe each and every one of them. These zebras seem quite relaxed as well. I do think that's obviously got to do with the weather. It's not as hot. And obviously they're now here at the water. And there clearly isn't anything around that would really, I suppose, spook them. It does seem that they are quite relaxed this morning here as well. And possibly we'll get to spend a little bit more time than usual with them because they kind of come down to drink and then push straight on again. They don't have a set breeding time in the year also, so you can see calves being dropped in the middle of winter. Not to say that that is normal. They do try and coincide that obviously with when the veld is best, because that's obviously when they produce the most nutrients in their milk. But it's not uncommon to have calves born throughout the year. Foals, sorry. Hi France, good question, and I have been keeping an eye out for it. Did notice it the other day swimming around, but it's been some time since I have seen it. Maybe with all the action that is around, I know that it did have a meal around a month ago, and crocs don't need to eat every day either. So it could be that it's quite content at the moment and probably planning its next ambush or attack. But they do eat a lot of fish as well, so I'm sure that there is a good population at least of barbel around as well. So it would take those barbel too. But yeah, we haven't seen the croc for some time, so I do always keep a lookout for it. But I'm hoping that that will change at some point. You see the quail coming through as well. It does seem that everyone's thirst is kind of quenched, apart from this last one that's hanging around, but they all kind of will mill off to the distance and get back to that grazing area. And we'll zoom out again now and just see if we haven't missed anyone again, because it's always crucial that we know who is around and what is going on.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
So you'll be able to see all the quail that have joined us. I'm now flicking on all the little branches here. So all these little brown specks, those are the quail. As they come down to drink and then kind of move off, they do create almost a synchronized flight pattern. So when they do kind of flock off, we will see them kind of get into those flight patterns. It's very, very cool to see. And so nice that they're actually so calm and right in front of us. I'll try and see if I can't get in closer, hoping that we will get some good visual of them. zoom will work. We obviously have those lapwing that are right there as well, just to the left of us. There are the quelea, and I'm trying to get a better picture of them so that everyone can see them. It seems also with the cooler weather this morning, they're also taking the opportunity to get a rest. That flutter when they fly, almost that sounds like the wind. It's obviously due to their numbers, as all the little tiny wings. Let's just see if maybe we can make one or two of them out and get a nice ID. Definitely taking the opportunity with this cooler weather at the moment, just for a break. So as these red-billed quelea flock together, it's time for us to go and say good morning to Ralph in Kariega.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and well, I'm just watching this zebra that's gone into what looks like a bivouac inside this hollowed out scotia tree. There is some other plants that are growing in there, but this is just a classic case of what the animals do here in the thicket biome, especially when it gets hot and the sun comes out. We see a lot of these thickets that are hollowed out, where the animals then use it to shelter from the elements, whether it be the sun or the rain. And it's just nice to see now that one zebra actually on the inside there. We can just see its tail swishing, and it does look rather rotund, that zebra may in fact be pregnant. I'm hoping that we're going to see some little babies in the not too distant future. But well, we've had lots of rain over the last few days, but the sun is out now and it's getting rather hot. There's quite a few baboons alarm calling off in the kloofs. Nice little hideout for that zebra. I only noticed the swishing of the tail. And there's lots more tail swishing going on with the other zebra that aren't in the bivouac. Giraffe off in the distance. That one also looks like it's got quite a low hanging belly. It's quite difficult sometimes to tell because they generally are rather round with a lot of gas in the belly. And as always, posing very nicely on the zebra. Could it be pregnant? We'll have to wait and see. Just scan around a little bit. Ah, JP, I never thought of that. You're actually very right. I hope that she does use that little bivouac to drop her foal. That would be wonderful. I'll have to keep an eye out on that particular little shelter. I'm just going to go back again because there's some other animals that have just come out of the thickets now. As I pan, you might hear the baboons that are all barking. Some Manyala bulls that have come out. Little bachelor herd, looks like. Coming out to do a bit of grazing. And early this morning, before the sun was up, I actually saw a bushbuck that was out here on the plains, in the middle of the plain. They can often do that at night. They come out into the areas that you would never expect to see them. And I've seen bushbuck tracks even in the towns here near to the coast, but it must all be at night when it's very quiet. And they've evolved to know that those are the times when they can expose themselves, when there's very little activity, human or otherwise. I've seen bush pigs tracks as well, porcupines, etc. And so I wasn't extremely surprised to see the bushbuck, especially at that time, but it bolted and it went straight for the thickets. It's quite typical behavior, that. The Nyala are a little bit more at ease in showing themselves out in the plains, but the bushbuck, they're not so. Neither are the kudu. They seem to stay pretty much in the thickets. Don't like being exposed out in the plains. There are lots of flies and insects and muggies or midges. So you can see the constant sort of shaking of the skin with the zebra, and you can also see kicking and the tails constantly swatting. I do believe there is some kind of predator irritating these baboons. I must say, I think Nyala have got the best socks of all the animals. Wow, those baboons are going crazy. It's not always for predators. Sometimes there can be a little bit of an internal family feud or a vie for power, because they are run by an oligarchy. So it's a group of males that rule with an iron fist. But obviously within that group of males there will be some form of hierarchy between them as well. So there can always be ruptions. You never know what they are arguing about, because they seem to be barking at each other from opposite ends of this plain as well. But it does sound rather like they are barking at a predator. The ostriches, as always, continue to keep me entertained, but there was about 4 of them that were chasing each other around, and they disappeared off momentarily, so I'll wait and see when they show themselves again. And I always find it intriguing with males. They form up these bachelor herds, and generally very calm and seemingly enjoy each other's company. And it's just that particular time of year when they have an increase in testosterone, and then suddenly they're not friends anymore. Luckily, that's not that time of the year right now, and they're all best buddies. A couple of hardy-dars probing there in the background. Also good for them now. The soil is nice and soft, so they can get their bills pretty deep, going for worms or any invertebrates that are in the topsoil. That's one of the tracks when we were doing our tracking assessments that would catch quite a few people, because if you don't see their actual footprints and you just see all these holes, it looks like somebody's taken a spike and just pushed it in the ground all over the place. But as with many of the other tracks, the way that you learn is watching the particular animals while they're going about their business, and then you realize, that's what those holes in the ground were. Hardy-dars probing as they go. If you watch them, it's exactly what they're doing, and you can just imagine the tracks that they're leaving behind. But if the soil is dry and hard, it will be difficult to see their actual footprints. You'll just see the holes. That's the best way to actually learn about tracks and signs. Now that you've seen the hardy-dar probing there, go on behind it and go and see what signs it left behind, because you know it was a hardy-dar, and what does it look like without the hardy-dar there? I do that with other animals as well. I watch my dogs on the beach and the cats in the house. So when I talk of those tracks and signs, like with dogs, when they walk or run on the beach, you can see their different gaits as they're walking with their feet left and right, and the tracks will show that they're apart and very easy to see which is left and right, because the left is on the left and the right is on the right. But the faster they move, and if they start running, those tracks start going into a straight line. And then it's more difficult to make out which is left and right, because it's all in a line. It's not on the left and the right anymore. But if you watch the dog running, then you can actually see at different moments within that run the different gaits that they show in the track, and how far apart they are as well. And something that is quite interesting as well, if you look at tracks, at a normal walking gait, normal walking pace, and you can do this and you can test this as well, even as humans, from your starting point, say your left foot, you could do it with your right foot, either foot, your starting point, you would start, say, with your left, you take a right, and then you take another left, but at a normal walking pace. You can measure then that track from your left to the next left when it puts foot down on the ground, and you can then see the height of the animal, and humans as well, from the foot to the shoulder. And then from that normal walking gait, you can actually work out the size of the animal that you're tracking. And you can test that out with any animal, and you will find that you can then work out exactly how tall it is. So if you watch those Inyala, you would go the back left, wear the back left, and they would have to be on a normal walking pace. So not slowly and not fast, average, normal walking pace. Where the back left puts down, then you would go to where it puts down a second time. And that's where you'll see the height from the bottom of the toe to the shoulder. That length will be shown in the track. So whether it's a civet or an Inyala or a giraffe, you can then work out how tall it is. For instance, with a giraffe, it wouldn't be to the top of its head. It would be from the bottom of its toe to the shoulder height. Anyway, lots to talk about tracking. The first form of science, because it's a provable theory. Right now we can see that these Inyala are here, but if they had to disappear, I could walk up behind them, find the track, identify that it's an Inyala. So the theory is that there are Inyala here, but it's only going to be able to be proven if I track it, find it. But that in itself leads us to the definition of science. So the Bushmen were practicing that over 10,000 years ago already. Gendre, not particularly so, not as aggressively. Antelope wouldn't really attack others young like predators do. They have an inherent hatred for other predators because of the competition that they have, between leopards, hyenas, jackals, lions, wild dogs. And they have so much competition, especially around food, that if they can eliminate one of those, they will. Whereas with the herbivores, there isn't that high level of competition that predators have. But you can see it on certain occasions. I was discussing yesterday, I've seen a giraffe that for some reason was mad with a baby impala. And it was a gruesome affair, and it got stomped to death. But I don't think that was over competition. I think it was just something that irred or aggravated the giraffe to make it want to kill a little baby impala. You can have a little bit of competition between Nyala and bushbuck, but it's more with the adults, especially once they mature. But I've never seen herbivores killing other herbivores just for the sake of competition. I've seen it within the same species, but that's with males that are obviously vying for top dog status and mating rights, etc., but not interspecies specific. It's more intra, so within the same species. Generally not between different species altogether. You can see the flies are obviously rather irritating now. Lots of swishing tails. And those beautiful blue plumbago flowers off on the left there. And that nice big thicket. Clouds sort of coming and going. More and more butterflies. There's more and more frogs calling. There's more and more migratory birds arriving. It's really starting to become amazing, especially out here in these wilderness areas. This here, obviously, this particular couple Egyptian geese, that's obviously where they've got their nest, somewhere there. There's been lots of fighting going on between the different couples. It's all calm, and then suddenly they all start calling. And then there's one or two of them flying around, and then there's some fighting. There's quite a lot of them sort of competing for this same plane here. There's been lots of fighting, and these geese do get down to quite heavy fighting. It's incredible. They're very aggressive towards each other. Beautiful though, with those yellow button flowers. And lots of the white butterflies. So another one of the differences between ducks and geese, we say that geese honk, whereas ducks quack. But they also have slightly different diets, where geese are pretty much primarily herbivores. Oh, thought there may be a bit of a fight on the way. No. Whereas ducks will have a bit of more of an omnivorous diet. And Egyptian geese are not true geese. They're more of a duck. They're a bit in between, but they are closer to ducks. So Betty, as with a lot of birds, it normally comes down to how elaborate the colours that are shown by the males. So when they go into their breeding plumage, then they start to obviously be who is the best dressed, who looks the most colourful, who is the biggest, and who calls the loudest, as well as sort of being able to maintain a particular area that they would be able to nest in. And that's how the females then decide who they are going to couple up with. As with a lot of the other birds, some of them build their nests prior to trying to attract a female, and then attract them with regards to how good their nest is built. If you look at birds that cache food, like the common fiscal or the fiscal shrike, the females will be attracted to the males that have got the best food supply. But it's not really in the case of herbivorous birds, because here there's lots of food available for them, so it will just be the best area for nesting, as well as around the nesting area, what food they will have at their disposal. They present themselves nicely now. I might try and get a couple of photos. Looks like they may be going through some rhino dung there, I think. Couple of nice shots there. I wonder what they're looking. Are they looking up or they're looking down? One eye is up, one eye is down. It can be, you often see them when there's birds of prey. They can do that. Just looking around, I don't see any. There's been a few yellow-billed kites flying around. They don't generally worry about them too much, but if there's crowned eagles or anything like that, that could be something that they will worry about. I've seen, even with chickens that have never seen a bird of prey or anything like that, it's obviously evolved inherent traits that when birds fly over, big birds, even the chickens, they look up, they see that, and they head for cover, knowing that it's a potential predator. So the Hardy-Daws and the Egyptian geese have now gone all on a flyabout. I may see some fighting going on. Let's just follow them a little bit. See what happens. Those ones have put in there now. There's another one coming. Two's company, three's a crowd. I think there may be a bit of an altercation on the cards. Let's have a look. Off they go. Very difficult for me to follow them. I think there is a bit of fighting about to happen. They chased one off. Back to two. There's that one coming back in now. Sorry, I'm just going to try and follow it. Let's see what happens there. No, it's all quiet. Let's keep going. It looks like there's some zebra come down, maybe wanting to go for a drink. There's one on the island there. Seem to like the grass on the island. Looks like he's king of the castle. Giraffe moving there in the background. I think that's a waterbuck there. Let's just walk past. And of course the geese making the most noise. Zebra there, joined by a Hardy-Daw. The black cuckoo calling. And this one, you know, you get birds where different areas have different dialects. Sometimes they do call a little bit differently as well, so it's kind of like humans with different accents. You speak English, but around the world there's different accents of English. In some countries, like England, just different areas have complete different accents of English. So with the birds it can be similar too. They have different dialects. So not necessary that a black cuckoo will sound the same everywhere. And this one that's calling now, you know, normally they go, I'm so sad, but this one sounds like he's just saying, I'm sad. He doesn't have the so. So maybe he's not so sad, he's just sad. Bit of funny head shakes there. Sacred ibis there in the foreground. Yeah, and well, I mean, jeepers, what couldn't you love about Kariga? It's just such a beautiful reserve, and the sightings, yeah, they're amazing. I've thoroughly enjoyed being here every day, and every day has been special and different. There's a nice Naturaco calling. We've got waterbuck, there's impala, there's zebra, sacred ibis, hardy-dars. We have the nyalas. There were some eland here earlier. They've just pushed off a little bit. Sure, they'll be back. I saw a Birchall's kukul earlier as well, and you never see them except around the rain. It's almost like they just appear from nowhere. That's an important question, actually. I'd like to pose to the viewers. Where do Birchall's kukuls go when it's not raining? Because you don't see them. They literally disappear. So let's hear it. Where do you think they go? Be interested to hear what the answers are, and if you've got any evidence, even better. A little bit of action going on with the zebra now. Oh, there's a jackal buzzard calling. It's very soft and off in the distance, but jackal buzzard, very similar call to that of a jackal. Har, har, har. The zebra are moving off. Just have a look, because a lot of sacred ibis just flew in here next to the Scotia Dam. They're also probing, but you do find that they probe a lot more in the water than a hardy does. And there's one shell duck off there on the right. Looks like it's the female with the white head. Male's got a grey head. Yeah, a little bit quiet for now, but it can change in an instant. So, as per usual, I'm not going anywhere. But from one wonderful waterhole, the Scotia Dam, to another at Djuma.
Many thanks, Rolf. And we are here with our first Ellie of the day. So great to see this Ellie here in Djuma. Just by itself at the moment, but doesn't mean that more won't join in. Really, really fun to watch Ellies. This one seems to be very relaxed. It has obviously been spraying itself with water. You can just note those different colorations on it as well right now. And you can also see the glisten off its back, but I'm sure that will dry off quite quickly. But definitely quite content to be by itself, drink some water, and mosey on along the dam. So I'm just going to sit and observe. Watching Ellies is just so cool. Drinking some water, spraying some water, kind of testing it out. I don't think he's the thirstiest. He's clearly been drinking along as he goes, but making the most of its time here at the dam. So it really is fascinating watching them draw that water with their trunk and then obviously put their trunk in their mouth and spray that water down their throats or in their mouths and consume the water. I always love getting these perspectives because it's so intriguing to see and just to watch how dexterous those trunks really are. Scratching his back leg there and moving on. So we'll just follow it. So we'll come back into frame now, but I do think he does kind of like to go Well, they do kind of like to go along the drainage line there as well. So sometimes they break off and leave the dam entirely and cruise right up onto the ridge line. Sometimes they hang around and eat off some of the feed around here, some of the trees around here, or they cruise down into the drainage line and move into the thicket. So we will lose them if that is the case, but we'll obviously try and stay on them for as long as possible. Very relaxed. You can hear a pearl-spotted owlet there, that little shriek that is going on there. And they're such cool birds, and they do hunt during the day. They are diurnal, as well as obviously operating at night too, but always such a cool sound. One of my favorite in the bush. We have the miners following the ellie as well, so there you go. Yep, shoo the aliens away. See where those miners have got to, but the ellie's right here. Just want to scan back onto him. As always, please do remember that this is a live, immersive experience, and it is your safari. So please do send through any questions or comments, anything you'd like to chat with us about, anything you might notice. We love to interact with you, and we love answering your questions. So please do send anything through. So Ellie seems to be kind of toying with the idea of eating some grass. He's sniffing it. And you will notice as he pulls it out, he kind of knocks off the dust off the roots. There you go. And he'll just kind of brush it off and then put it in his mouth. Very lazy feeding and almost drinking of water at the moment, but I suppose it's not much really to bother him, so he can just take his time and really just relax, go about his days and as he will and how he will, really. Little tufts of grass. Hoopoe as well calling in the background. So true, Mary. I also find it very peaceful. It's one of my favorite things to do as well. You can always see the cogs in their heads moving, their brains, those big brains of theirs. Can see how they kind of process everything and then make decisions accordingly from there. It's always fun to watch them engage with their environments. Clearly it's time for some food. We'll just watch it here browsing. It's moving straight through. We'll track him for a minute. We're definitely getting into the thicker vegetation. Probably going to spend a bit of time in here as I was saying, just feeding. You can see his trunk kind of smelling, but moving along as well. They obviously do spend about 80% of their day moving around like this, feeding, eating, and doing Ellie things. Definitely getting quite thick where he is walking into, so as long as we do have a bit of a visual, we'll hang with him. It's amazing to see, and in a couple of weeks' time, once the rain really has fallen and it does get far greener, pretty sure it would be very tough to find him right now. He would have vanished almost entirely. So it looks like he's gone up a path that's there. Try and find him again. There we go. But if you stand still right now, you'll definitely not know that an Ellie was actually there. And we've got some impala through the thicket as well, so nice to know everything is around. Obviously they also seem quite relaxed, and hanging around and browsing in those thickets also makes sense for them during the day. And in the evenings they will find more open spaces. Obviously that's where they would feel far safer in the evenings, so they could see anything approaching them. But during the day they do spend quite a bit of time actually in the thickets. It's obviously harder for them to be seen. That's and obviously because they are mixed feeders, so they do browse and graze. Impala. And it looks like we've lost the Ellie entirely. I'm trying to make out where it has gone, but it is quite thick here. Maybe better just to zoom out a bit and we can just wait to see if we can pick up a grey shape. There he is, moved right through into the open, so we'll come across to him again. As I said, just spend some time, because although we are at waterholes and at dams, it's always great to watch the animals actually feeding in and around where we can, because it's another part of their behavior that we can actually note and observe. This one now doing a bit of a dust bath. I think that was an Inyala that just moved off there as well. So I do just want to check, because we'll add to our species list then as well. I think it was just the shadow of an Impala for now, but we do have the Aramark babblers in the background too. And this Ellie just dust bathing himself after wetting it. Wetting his skin all over, so time to just make sure he does have his SPF on for the day. Hi Arnold. Yes, they actually do. So these Ellies here in the Kruger are sometimes a little bit more stout and stocky. And the Ellies that we get up in Zim are actually a bit taller. And I've seen that actually in person, where in Mediek, where they have bulls from both the Kruger and from Zim. And the Zim Ellies are far taller, and the Kruger Ellies are a little bit stockier and a bit broader. A little bit shorter and obviously a bit more stocky and broader. So there are definitely differences in sizes, and obviously in certain areas, depending on their nutrition, their tusks also differ. And you will also notice that the coloration due to the substrates that are found in those areas also can differ. It's not that their skin is at all different. They will obviously the same color underneath after they've dusted or put mud on themselves from certain areas. So that's why some of the Ellies we'll see in Etosha will be quite white in color because of that concrete stone or rock. Here they'll be almost quite dark because of the mud and the brackish mud that is in this area, at least, the Goribos and the drainage lines. And in Mashatu they'll be quite red because of the high iron content. In Madikwe it might change a bit because there's a bit of both. So if they have a wallow system that is on the more of the iron soils, they'll be a bit more red, and more of the brackish, darker soils, they'll be a bit more black. So it does depend on also where they wallow as to what color they might look like they are. But underneath any of those colorations, they are all the same color. They are like grey, and we'll notice that after it's rained, and they are almost fresh and clean, like coming out of a shower. They do differ in sizes and areas. Some of the Mashatu ellies are actually also quite small, and it's noted that they're a bit smaller than others, and thought that that might have something to do with prolonged poaching over many years back in the day before it was set up. But they also are noted to have smaller tusks. And in some of the other areas we do also get very big ellies. So obviously in Botswana there are obviously some really big ellies there too, and in the north along that Zambezi River, along the Zambezi system, so from southeastern Angola all the way across the Zambezi through to Mozambique, that is the elephant corridor of the world. So the highest number of elephants in the world are found there currently, at least of African savanna elephant. And in Kenya there are obviously good populations too, and in the Savu, for example, there are really big tuskers there as well. Along within the Kruger here, there's some really big tuskers in the Savu as well. Seem to be going through the ellie dung there. So it does look like everyone else has kind of vacated Djuma for the moment. There's a little impala over there. I do just want to make sure we don't miss out on anything else. There are good waterbuck around as well. That's always great to see them too. So just to make sure we don't miss out. Otherwise I'm just going to scan backwards, and then it's probably time for us to head off to Okakuyo. So back in Okakuyo, and it does seem that the numbers are starting to pick up again. They do come in drips and drabs, but at least the springbok numbers are here, and they are getting healthier by the second. They also congregate in very good numbers around here as well, so love spending time with them during the day, and they also get quite deep into the water, so we will watch that as well. It's just interesting behavior just to pick up on. So it does look like these springbok are very, very thirsty. It's been a very good morning for them so far, I'm sure as well. But speaking of good mornings, it's off to Madikwe to say good morning to Lauren and Darby.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to an overcast but still very pleasant Madikwe Game Reserve. We are a bit laid out tonight, and well, that is because of the wonderful thing called load shedding. But that's okay. We are out and about, and we have found some giraffe. Good morning. My name is Lauren. I do have Darby. Sorry, it's just very difficult for Dobby to get his thumb around like that, and it's quite entertaining. So yes, rain was due to fall today, but I don't believe any has so far. But you can feel that sort of atmospheric change. We were just with lions on a kill, but I'm afraid we didn't get lucky there with signals. So we're going to spend a little bit of time with the giraffes because they're giving us such wonderful views, and then we will move on and hopefully find other lions on a kill. There are 3 reported sightings to me, possibly more this morning, of lions on kills in Madikwe. It is a busy reserve. But the giraffes here are very nice and relaxed. They really don't tend to bother about the vehicles, if at all. Oh, Darby, do you see that big bull you were just looking at? If you take a look at his back right, down here, I think he's got an injury. We see that. I wonder what that's from. Ouchie. Otherwise, he does look in great condition. And then if you just look over at the others, you'll see how different male and females really are. I'm not talking about the obvious. The entire physique, the entire mass is really different. Females are very petite, believe it or not. Even though they're a huge animal, They're still very petite compared to the males. Slimmer neck, slimmer body. They just look feminine, if I'm allowed to say that. We're getting good views of that injury now, Darby, on that bull. Sorry, and it's a nasty one. I wonder what happened. The oxpeckers are right in there. It looked like it's healing, in its secondary healing phase, but still. Oh, gee. A bird I've not put on camera, just down at his feet before. Just next to the dung pile. There you go, I've not put this one on camera before. This is in fact the Indian common myna. But it is native to Asia, hence the part Indian. And although it's a stunning bird, I actually think it's really beautiful. Yellow eye, yellow beak. It's fiercely territorial, and it's not supposed to be here. So that within itself is very problematic. And because of their territorial behavior, they're very aggressive in nature, and they can attack other birds, and they're actually known to attack humans. So for being such a small, beautiful bird, they're very aggressive, and that causes problems here because they're not endemic, they're not native, and they're not supposed to be here. Stunning bird though. So you can add that to your bird list, some of you, if you haven't seen one before. And that's a problem with species coming over from areas where they're not supposed to be. Even with plants, those alien species, those sort of foreign species that come in. And although they may be beautiful and it may be nice to look at them in the environment, they could have detrimental effects, and this bird does. It's a type of starling, so you will sort of see it does look like the other starlings that we see in the area, but it's very much Asian. And it is believed that it arrived in South Africa. It's hard to prove. How did that species arrive? That one single individual? It's difficult to prove, but the South African population is believed to have arrived in the 1900s, and it was from captive birds. Okay, we will have to leave, I'm afraid, everyone. We're very close to the airstrip, and there's a flight coming in. So I do apologise. But yes, it was believed that people brought these birds from Asia somehow, kept them in Durban, and they escaped. And all you need are two birds. And two birds, well, they start a new population, don't they? Madikwe has lots of airstrips. You can actually just land right into the game reserve. Darcy Miller, I'm glad to hear that. I didn't think many of you will have seen it before. I'd never seen it before until I arrived in Madikwe. And it's basically called the common myna. M-Y-N-A, myna. Huh. Hello giraffes, I think we're safe here now away from the flight. And as beautiful as they are, looks are definitely deceptive in this case. Is that okay, Javi? Because of the effects they have. So it's really sort of worrying when you bring a new species in, and it happens a lot. It really does. And that's also sort of what happened with the lionfish. Another incredible example. Lionfish populations are really damaging lots of ecosystems and coral reef habitats across the world because they're now invasive. They're now invasive into an area that they should never be. And they feed on all the juveniles of all the reef fish, which are incredibly important for keeping the reef healthy. So a lot of places across the world will cull the lionfish. They will spear them because the populations are out of control. But how did they get there? How did lionfish get from their native range to where they're not supposed to be? And there's lots of interesting theories. Some theories are extreme weather like tornadoes, which whip them out of the ocean to a new part of the ocean. Not entirely sure I buy that. And the most sort of popular theory is people, aquarium trade. They're beautiful. Lionfish are stunning, deadly, but stunning. And people have obviously thought, I want that in my aquarium. And then somehow, through, I guess, direct intention or accident, have been taken out of the aquarium into the ocean, and bam, you now have an invasive species.
There was an elephant behind them.
Oh, there was an elephant. I did not see that. Well done, Davy. Might have forgot to put my contact lenses in this morning. So Darcy Miller, I'm really glad. Get that on your bird list, Darcy Miller, because I know you have one. I didn't copy that question from John Dre.
Do giraffes walk over bushes to scratch themselves?
Very possibly, John Dre. I would imagine that they could. Oh, I see the elephant now. Hello, you. Very possibly. I don't think small bushes or shrubbery is probably going to really scratch that necessary itch. But giraffes are known to rub their bodies on tree trunks and rubbing posts. An elephant is coming, I promise. So yes, they will itch the scratch somehow. And possibly bushes will do exactly that, yes, if they're in the right position and give that right kind of scratch. Bombing our sighting, Mr. Elephant. Now, even though a flight just landed on the airstrip, it's unbelievable the amount of activity in this area. You will always find elephants, giraffes, lions are nearby on a wildebeest kill, and not too far away was a python that killed a hornbill this morning. We did go to investigate, but we couldn't find it. It's a real hubbub of activity, even although that is an airstrip. A stunning boy. I wonder if you are going to the water hole. Eva. Heather. Heather are huge. They really have a huge elephant population. It's not at the stage, I believe, where they are concerned about it, but it's huge. I don't think Javi and I have been on a drive yet where we've not seen elephants. unbelievable. And I sort of do touch on the fact that at one point in time they did bring in older males, older bulls from the Kruger, because there seemed to be a lack of older bulls. And sorry, I'm just watching him come closer. He's making a beeline directly for the car. Heather, I'll come back to your question. Hello, mister. You are very handsome. Well, he came out of nowhere. He's already disappeared. Yes, sorry, Heather. I believe 1,600 thereabouts. And it's a big population for this area. It really is. And now, from what I can gather, the information that I can gather, the younger bulls really have stabilized a lot. They've got the influence of the older Kruger bulls, and the importance of older bulls within elephant societies is phenomenal. It's just as important as a matriarch in some respect. The roles are not the same, possibly even the responsibility is not the same, but the influence that it has on elephant populations are sort of just as equal, because these younger bulls, once they leave the herd and they sort of go on their own little missions, they're going through a lot in terms of hormonal changes, which will bring about behavioral changes, and the older bulls are said to heavily influence the younger bull's behavior, shape them into becoming a man, if you like. I know that's a human term, but so yes, huge elephant population here. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to it's not a vehicle. Daisy, I'm sure they do. I am sure giraffes have a wonderful view. We are gonna have to move, but I'm sure they do. I would never know what it feels like to be even remotely tall. I am not a tall human whatsoever, but I'm sure they do. That's part of they utilize their height, of course, to scan what's going on around as well. Highly visual, they can see for miles, they can see predators coming. They'll utilize their sight, their hearing, and their sense of smell. Okay, we are going to bumble on, see what else we can find in Madikwe, and we're going to send you guys back over to Mashatu Waterhole.
So it's so great to have these baboon around at the moment. You can see them all running through the frame. And it's also great to watch baboon drinking, because they kind of get really flat on the ground and then get their faces into it. So I'm going to try and zoom in. We'll just see how that goes about. But there's always something going on with baboon anyway. Lots to play with, joke about with. You can quite clearly see them getting really touching stomachs and chest right on the floor and getting their snouts right in there. Really awesome to have baboon with us. Been a few days that we haven't seen them. Some of the best things to watch in the bush are baboons because there's always something going on with them. So you can expect quite a bit of playing, and I'm sure at some point quite a lot of noise. They're definitely quite wary, and they do know that the croc is around. So they will have their eyes peeled. They do have really, really good eyesight. It's noted that a baboon can actually make out the shape of a leopard by just seeing the shape of its ear also through the bush. They have like a 3D vision when they are looking through those things, and that baboon there looks like she's an estrus. You will notice because their private parts become quite swollen and pink and they are ready to mate. And they obviously do mate throughout the year. There isn't a set breeding time for baboons. There's obviously many different ages within a troop, and they are run by an oligarchy, which is generally a male structure, and within that male leadership structure there's also a hierarchy as well. So there'll be almost like the leader of the troop with his lieutenants. It can be quite a brutal hierarchy as well. Very misunderstood creatures. They are very sentient. They are very clever as well, and roughly about 97% genetically human. So that's how close they are really to human beings. So just that 3% difference between us and them. But really misunderstood. I am kind of waiting to see a big male. Would love to see one of those around. So these being the Chacma baboon. And on a big male, those canines will be bigger than a leopard's fangs or even a lioness's fangs as well in sizes. Really, really big. They are super strong as well. Far stronger than human beings, and that grip that they have as well. Always some playing going on. There we go. There's a male. He might get into trouble because I don't think he's the most dominant, and it does happen like that as well. Taking chances. Definitely quite cautious, but that baboon is definitely playing with fire because a big alpha male will really take him to the cleaners. But I suppose where a chance can be taken, take it. But he has got away there. That's something he would have to be careful of. In the background there towards the right looks to be one of the more alpha males, quite a bit bigger in body size. One of my favorite things to do is spend time with baboons in the bush because, as I said, there's always something going on. They're always foraging, they're always up to something. Can see some of the bigger boys coming out of that tree over there, probably acting more as sentries right now than anything else. clearly foraging through the ellie dung. There might be some dung beetles around there. They have quite a wide variety of what they do take in terms of their diet. Insects obviously do form a part of that, as well as other arachnids, even scorpions. They do take fruit and they do take carrion though as well. As we watch these baboons interacting, please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience. It is also your immersive safari into the African wilderness. So please do send through any questions, comments, anything you might have noted, anything you'd like to chat about. We love to answer your questions. We love to engage with you. So please do send anything through. Quite clearly you can see that baboon is also just walked in. It's one of the males. Quite a bit bigger than the others in terms of its body size. I don't think fully grown just yet, but quite big. You can see there that baboon there's got quite a young baby holding onto it just underneath there. We do note that because their fur is quite black then and their face is very pink. So it's a very young baby baboon that is with her. And as they grow up, they kind of then ride on the backs of their mothers after that. There's another male there, and these two seem to be teaching those young ones a few lessons. The males definitely far bigger than the females. You can see them kind of walking with their knuckles as well. You do note that when you track baboons or when you see their spoor, not necessarily that their hands are open all the time. They will have their knuckles also that make imprints in the sand or on the substrate that they are walking on. Someone chirping there. Really a large troop that is with us right now. And there are lots of baboon in the area as well. It's a very good area to see baboon and large troops of them as well. Hi, Andre. So it's roughly around 6 months, so around 180 days, 6 months. And they do breed throughout the year. There isn't a set breeding time, so much like humans as well. You don't have a set breeding period. They also don't have a set breeding period. So it's around 6 months or so, 180 days on average. And that is a baboon's gestation period. But they really are sentient beings. Them and elephant, they do show quite a lot of emotion towards each other. And I have actually seen them here, or mothers that have lost babies and have passed away, staying around those carcasses or those babies' carcasses for a number of days, and you can see the pain in their eyes as well. So they really are sentient beings. They do feel quite a lot, which is quite sad obviously when you do see that, because obviously that's not something pleasant to see, but it obviously does happen, and it is the natural world out here, and it is wilderness in this area as well. So I have noted that here, and we were actually writing a test at the time, an observation test, and we were doing our level 1s, and what happened was that we were underneath a mashatu tree, and we noticed this movement behind a fallen over branch, and behind that branch was this mother that kept on kind of peering out at us, and we did some investigation and then found the little carcass of her infant, and stayed around and watched as she investigated the carcass. And we obviously left the area or got back into the vehicle and just observed how she would behave around that infant. But she kept on peeking and peering over and looking over and coming to smell and touching the infant. Sadly, within the night, because there are lots of jackal and hyena around, that carcass was no longer there, and the mother obviously had moved on and found her troop. But it was quite an interesting moment, obviously quite emotional at the time as well. They are very misunderstood, these animals, and they do deserve a lot more respect than what they get. Nice to see the wildebeest come through as well, but just going to stick with the baboon because we haven't had them hanging around like this. As I said, there's always something cool going on with them. There's another young infant there. Hi Tyler, so we do have quite a number of birds calling. There's lots of qualia around today. There was a grey gobe bird that just flew across the screen as well. Meave starlings. There are a number of white-browed sparrow weavers also in the area, but these aren't them. There's always a chorus of birds going on here, so it does change throughout the day. There are some weavers around as well that I've heard. And we have had the lilac-breasted roller calling too, getting into its breeding calling and breeding displays. Lots of qualia. We have had, we did start off the day at least with a really big flock of helmeted guinea fowl. Lots of qualia mostly around. We do obviously also hear lots of blue waxbills throughout the day too. The meave starlings, doves. So we do have some doves calling right now as well. But mostly that chitter chatter is a lot of qualia around. You'll hear the starlings as well. There's lots of starlings around here as well. Aramark babblers. It kind of doesn't stop, but it does change though throughout the day. See the warthog joining the baboon. seems like they are kind of moving towards the left, but this is a very big troop. Just good to just see how many have actually come through the frame and have moved off, but I have noticed them sitting towards the left of us. They do kind of take up the shade there and kind of post sentries and that as well, so I think they might hang around for a while. The warthog has got into the wallow as well, but really just so cool just spending time with a troop of baboon like this. It's not often that we get to spend time with them so relaxed, really just going about foraging and their day. And I suppose also observing troop dynamics to some degree. Hi Nicole, so I've been fortunate that I've seen many troops of baboon and in large numbers, probably up to about 40 plus at least. Sometimes hard to count how many there are in an area, but definitely 40 plus troops. Possibly up to about 100 or so, and that would probably be in this area, up in northern Kruger in the Pafuri, along the Olifants as well, and the Sabi River too. So it does depend on area. Sometimes there are higher numbers, but I would say probably the biggest troops are around here, up in Pafuri, along the Olifants, and even the Sabi rivers, as well as the Letaba River actually, if I come to think about it. But I've also seen, so we do get the yellow baboon up on the Zambezi, and I've seen them in also good numbers up there as well. So these Chakma baboons definitely in those areas, and definitely over 40 plus up to 100 odd individuals.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
can just see this injured baboon here. I wonder what might have happened. It could just be from playing. Or maybe it got put in line by one of the older baboons. It could also easily have happened too. So just pure speculation, but definitely it has a limp. There's one more just through the bush over there, but I just want to pan across and see where the rest might have gone to. Otherwise we will come back here because this seems to be where they're favoring to drink at the moment. So looks like a lot of them are just sitting under the shade over here, taking the opportunity to rest, probably groom themselves, re-cement some social bonds, check for ticks and the rest. Let's just also come across here because they are quite interspersed and spread out. So here's some more drinking. Lots of baboon activity around today. Another one under the tree here. Let's maybe just sit this side and keep our eyes peeled on what's going on with the baboon here. So go back to the wallow side. As you can see, quite a lot making use of that little wallow. Quite a young baboon there as well. As I was saying, do note that by little pink faces that do go darker. And there we go, mom's had enough. More baby as well, more sibling. Definitely not as young as some of the others we've seen, but then they do have a very dark little fur coat. Pink faces, little pink hands and feet when they are newborns. Very young, and then obviously those goes darker, they almost become this like tan military color, and their hands and faces and feet go darker, that black color. Yeah, it's a perfect example of that young one there hanging on mom's stomach, and then as they do get a bit older, then they start to ride on mom's back. It's probably one of the best ways to get around the bush as well. Some Impala coming through. Let's go back to where they were sleeping under the tree. Quite a few of them just taking it very easy here in the shade. Hi Sandra, so baboons obviously are omnivorous, and I suppose more Impala lambs would have to be wary of them. Obviously once the Impala lambs drop in December and that, baboon are obviously known to take lambs, even I suppose bushbuck lambs as well. But they definitely have quite a fraught and rupturous, tumultuous relationship with leopard as well. And I have seen troops of baboon here in Mashatu going after leopard cubs. I should have a picture of one grabbing the flank of an older leopard cub here as well. So leopard definitely don't like them, and the feeling's mutual. Baboons don't like leopard either. And there have actually been some interesting things where, I think it was in the Kruger near Lower Sabi, where there was a baboon that almost kidnapped a lion cub, and it had that up the tree as well, but that obviously died too. So, but generally, the things that would be most wary of baboons would be things like leopard, impala lambs, bushbuck, maybe even Inyala lambs as well in some areas. So Inyala would also keep an eye out. And I think pythons as well would probably try and get away if they could, because baboons would also mob them too. But a big troop of baboon is quite a formidable force. You can see them just grooming each other there, and the little babies playing. This happens continuously throughout the day. The babies playing, and the youngsters and adolescents as well. I'm just picking up and teaching lessons because they're always learning. They are very intelligent, that is for sure. So as much as it's been so fun to watch and sit and watch these baboons, I'm sure they are going to hang around for a little bit. We are going to head up and go and see what's going on in Okakuyo. So we're up here in Okakuyo, and it does look like these wildebeest are going to leave us. A few springbok just grazing here. Doesn't look like too much else is really in the area at the moment, but that can change quite quickly here. Nice herd of wildebeest with us just now. These last three remaining ones I think are going to join them and head off. So we'll just have a little pan around and see if anything else is coming through. Because you never know here, it can happen quite quickly, and we can have quite a full waterhole just now again. Looks like those wildebeest have pushed right off, and we just left here with the springbok right now. So, looks like we are waiting for some more to come back. So, we have the opportunity to watch those baboons in Mashatu. We will head back on over to them and see what they're getting up to. There's still lots going on. We just want to make sure we do track a lot of them, but it does look like these youngsters are having quite a good time here. As I was saying earlier, it's always good just to watch what they're up to, because there's something always going on with baboons, whether they're foraging or socializing or even sometimes just chilling. There's something that they're always up to. It's good just to keep the eyes going and note what they are looking at or going about doing in a day. It does seem that they are kind of moving back towards the right again, but I do think they are taking the opportunity just to chill around, because the Ellies really haven't spent too much time here today, and these baboons are kind of the kings of the waterhole at the moment. What's also just very interesting about baboons is they're actually the world's heaviest monkey species. So these Chacma baboons, like that big boy walking in the back there, can actually weigh up to about 45 kgs. And a male that is 45 kgs with bigger canines than a leopard or a female lion is far stronger than a human being as well. So even a big Springbok rugby player would be very, very much not able to handle a male baboon. But also, in saying that, I mean, baboons aren't dangerous to humans. Baboons would far rather avoid contact with humans. So as I was saying, so baboons are obviously actually quite placid animals, and they really are misunderstood. They don't really pose a threat to humans unless they are cornered obviously inside, and they can't get away. But a baboon would far rather move on than actually attack or come close to a human being. For that, obviously in areas where people have left rubbish or food around, they will obviously take that chance, because when you are left in the wild and there is an opportunity to get high calorific intake, you, being opportunistic, would definitely think about doing that as well. And that is obviously when they use intimidation tactics. But far more aggressive are actually vervet monkeys as opposed to baboons. They're actually known to kind of bombard or even chase females around, and even children as well. Baboons don't do that. They kind of just push off. Okay, and you have those guinea fowl coming back into the fray as well. But these baboons and this troop is quite content just sitting here, enjoying themselves under the shade, really just taking the opportunity to kind of cement their social standings, groom and just relax amongst themselves. So it's very important when baboons are obviously doing this to be highly social, because they are highly social animals. This is how they cement bonds with each other and form relationships too. So it's a very important part of their day, being social and cementing those bonds and friendships. Indeed, France, and as I was saying earlier, people don't give them enough recognition. They're very misunderstood. So getting able to spend some time, see how they go about their days, very crucial. There's a lot of our observations are also based on our understandings as well. So being able to observe and to gain understanding is a crucial part of any wildlife encounter or viewing. You can see that baboon trying to chasing that guinea fowl around. It does look like we have some swifts around as well, but I can't make them out properly with the camera at the moment. It does look like the troop is kind of starting to get on the move, so we'll track them along as far as possible. It might be time for some play. You can hear them chittering and talking to each other there, lip smacking, chirping. And there's that one with the limp there on the back right. Still not sure what that's from. It's a nice warthog with us as well. The guinea fowl taking the opportunity to just rest under some shade, it seems. Looks like they want some shade. Being bigger than the guinea fowl, those guinea fowl have had to move. Let's just see where these baboons go. They might just hang around here. We'll watch and see. More than likely time to go and forage after a drink and a bit of socialization. You can actually see how much bigger those males are. So they are sexually dimorphic, and the males are far bigger than the females. So it kind of seems like the party's moved across this side. Everyone's kind of just back in the tree and getting straight back to that socialization we were talking about just now, along with the odd little bit of foraging as well. Sorry, Jason, I just need to get comms again there. I didn't hear your question fully. Thanks very much for asking that, Jason. So they will mate throughout the year. There isn't a set time or breeding season for baboon. So as and when females come into estrus or into heat, then the baboons will mate. So there isn't a set time. It happens throughout the year. Just going to scan around and just check that we haven't missed any of them. Obviously those others seem to be resting up in the tree there. We can just see their tails hanging down. It's quite A good indication of them sleeping, just having a resting tail and just hanging off the tree or the branch. I also just want to have a scanner on and see we haven't missed anyone else that might be at the wallow or anything as well around this waterhole. Obviously still quite a few baboon under this tree as well, so they kind of are quite spread out. Looks like a Cory Bustard has also joined the fray. Yep. Also quite cool to see. So we'll just sit here also with the Cory Bustard for a second. Watch it drink. And we'll continue tracking and finding out who else is around the waterhole. Nice to see these impala coming through and that Cory Bustard interacting with them too. Just kind of puffing itself out. Clearly not too happy with the impala there. Great to see.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
it seems this Corey Bustard has got its wish and those impala have moved off. And it's now relaxed. And just enjoying a quiet drink. We were chatting about it the other day or yesterday, even though that they are one of the few birds that actually sucks or draws water in when they are drinking. Other birds actually kind of scoop it up in their mouths, and we were actually able to see the difference yesterday with ostrich and Corey Bustard being able to do that. So the ostrich obviously scooping the water and the Corey Bustard sucking the water up through their mouths and drinking. These baboons really are having such a good time here at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if any of them maybe might get or play near that mud. It really has got quite deep after all the ellies and the hippo and the warthog have been in and around there over the last few days as well. So are waiting to see how this all grows and what is going on. Really so cool to be able to spend some time with baboons. It isn't every day that they are around or that we do get to spend time with them. I'm just going to zoom out again and just make sure that we haven't missed anyone else that's joined us here at the water. It does look like one of those warthogs are going to get in there, and I'm hoping that they kind of break through there, because that mud wallow is definitely going to need some more water at some point. Highlander, so they'll spend quite a long time within those natal troops. Obviously it's the males then that will be pushed out at some point when they are, I suppose, ready to breed, and also just to preserve genetics. They will at some point get thrown out, and that'll be in their adolescence. So the females will stay in and they won't get pushed out of their troops unless they go and form their own. That is if obviously a troop splits. And there's some different dynamics that do happen within baboons where the hierarchy kind of changes and a troop might split and different splinter troops are then kind of made then. So that would probably be one of the cases when that happens. So it doesn't necessarily age that would, take place. But once the males are kind of sexually active, and they would also, I suppose, they do learn what is going on, and within those oligarchies perhaps even look at forming their own. So they average a lifespan of around 27 years of age. And I think from around 5 or so, those males would probably start to, be picking up other tricks and trades. And if there was a splinter group of males that were to maybe go off or, stay around, but they are highly social, so they do need that social structure. So it would only be once a social structure would be able to be maintained that they would kind of be more tempted to move off, or if there are lots of baboon troops within an area, be tempted to maybe join across in others, but then they'll also fall down a pecking order in hierarchy as well. So there are a number of different factors that can lead to these things, so it's not necessarily cut in stone per se. But obviously male baboons do disperse and transfer as well. And that is obviously to preserve genetics. So it's quite interesting also because those male baboons, as the dynamics and the hierarchies change, and this also can be with different seasons and abundance of food, they can actually change their troops about 5 times in their lives as well. So, that could differ on different years or over 3 years. Sorry, Tom, I do need to just get your question through again. Nice, good question, Tom. And they do have quite a varied diet. They are omnivorous, so they do take fruits. They like insects, so they can even eat scorpions as well. Little ants, parasites, obviously, that they groom off each other. They are known to take some carrion as well, so they will take the odd impala lamb, maybe even bushbuck or inyala lamb as well. So it's quite a varied diet. And they obviously are susceptible to taking human waste as well, so that could be rubbish and the rest. I have actually filmed and sat with baboon troops in Caledon on dump sites and actually seen them feeding amongst humans and licking old yogurt tins, eating old carrots and the rest. It was quite an eye-opener. But they do have a very wide diet. And they're obviously very clever. So if they do have access to, say, rubbish bins that aren't baboon protected or baboon proof, that access to that resource and those easy calories, they will definitely take advantage of that, because it is about getting by at the end of the day, and they are opportunistic. So it does look like these baboon and the warthog are going to hang around for a minute here. It's probably time for us to go and see what action is up in Okakuyo, just so that we make sure we are keeping tabs across all the locations. So we are going to leave these guys for a second. We'll definitely come back at some point as well. So we are off to Okakuyo. So we've been wanting to see and look at some Gemsbok close up. And we do have the opportunity currently while they are here, obviously with some zebra and a nice herd of springbok around as well. It's good that we get to spend time with all species. These Gemsbok really are beautiful. And they do move quite deep into the water. It's like they aren't really perturbed by it. Them and the springbok seem to be antelope get the deepest into here. Otherwise the elephant do swim. It's always fascinating watching them kind of walk straight into this dam and then drink themselves almost full and they move off again. That's nice to just spend time with some Gemsbok. They really are really pretty antelope. looking around. And coming out. So I'm also going to zoom out again. We've got a wildebeest here as well. Lots of springbok, but there are some more gamesbok, it looks like, coming through and down. So also just hang around with them for a minute as we watch them approach. So these wildebeest have decided to come join us, and it does look like we have a number of zebra and oryx coming through as well. So we are just going to watch them approach. I was saying earlier this morning, it's great to watch them approach us. Also, you can kind of suss out who are the more alert, or I suppose more skittish, coming down, and who are actually just really thirsty, couldn't be bothered. Just make sure we are a little bit out. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anyone else on the sides here. I'm not too sure if these oryx are going to come directly through to us. I'm sure some will. So we'll just keep an eye on where they go. But those zebra are kind of beelining it straight towards us right now. And you will also just see the dab chicks popping in and out on the frame as they dive down in the water there. So there's one there that I can see. Only a few of them, but you will just see them kind of plop down and then scoot about and pop up somewhere else. Hi Sam. So they've got long horns obviously for protection, and those horns are very, very formidable. They are rather capable of really inflicting some damage on themselves as well as predators. So that could be lions or hyenas. Generally, obviously, the smaller calves would fall prey to, say, maybe a coalition of cheetah or even leopard. Those horns are formidable, so they are a defense mechanism, as well as they are used, obviously, in territorial bouts or when the males are competing to mate. The females obviously also have them, and they do use them as well for protection. I have seen some footage of some content of a female and a calf being attacked or mobbed by wild dogs, and her kind of sweeping those horns around, keeping the wild dogs at bay and not running off. So the worst thing you could ever do around wild dogs is probably run off, because they have a high tolerance for long distance running. They have a lot of endurance, and they generally run their prey down. They run their prey into exhaustion. And animals kind of die of shock then. Very efficient way of killing and catching prey. And noted them and the Indian wild dog, the dhole, probably the most successful carnivores in the world. But here come our gemsbok. So as they do come in, I am going to zoom in, because it's beautiful watching them when they do come in, and they do wade quite deep. So we'll wait for them to wade in a little bit, and then we'll get a better look. Those horns do get very long, so it's over a meter long in length. I will check what the record size is as well, but they do get very long and they are obviously pretty dangerous as well. Sorry, Fred. Now I have comms again. So Springbok can run at about, or Gemsbok can run at about 60 k's odd an hour. It's very fast indeed. Obviously not the fastest out of all antelope. There are other antelope that are much faster. So Springbok and even Impala are faster, even the wildebeest too. But they can sustain that pace at quite a distance as well. So they are very formidable runners in terms of that too. And obviously with these open expanses, they are also quicker than predators that would take them and almost need to be ambush hunted. But I was also looking at something now, and in fact the longest horns on a Gemsbok that have been recorded are around 2.8 odd or 280 or 1 odd 0.7 centimeters. Very, very long indeed. It's about double the length of what we can see here now. These are about 160 odd centimeters. Almost double the length. So really cool to be able to spend time with all these different species here. And obviously we now have our Gemsbok leaving. And in saying that, while the Gemsbok leaves, it's time for us to go and see what Lauren has in Madikwe.
However, we do have some lions here, right above a quarry. I do believe they're on a buffalo kill, but we haven't sort of navigated around that far yet. It's a very tricky area to navigate, lots of rocks and bumps and lumps, but you can see we've got a magnificent male lion there. I believe this hunt was just successfully made this morning, so the more we sort of move around and start to figure out what's happening in the sighting, the more we'll understand. I don't know how many lions are here, and I don't exactly know where the buffalo is, but we did see 2 spotted hyenas running around. They kind of give the game away. It's been a lion morning. No, just lions making kills all around the reserve. You can see this boy is exhausted, and it's not from the temperatures. It's really not that hot, believe it or not, compared to all the complaining we have been doing about the weather and the heat and the soaring temperatures. Is really not that hot anymore. It's sort of broken from the rain yesterday. It's going to pick up again, don't worry. But he's panting because I believe they did make the kill this morning, and he's probably been feeding, and he's probably full and uncomfortable and just deciding to rest and digest. Kim, I just got this question yesterday about a cheetah, and I really don't have the answer, I'm afraid. It really is like humans. It depends. When did they last eat? What did they last eat? Was the last food they had a scrub hare, or was it a buffalo? Is it really, really hot? Are they fully hydrated? Have they been expending a lot of energy on hunting and territorial patrols? Or have they just been lying, sleeping all day like lions have the reputation for doing? So just like humans, a lot of these organisms are very water dependent. So they need water. They can survive without food for a little while, but not without water. So I don't have the answer for you, I'm afraid. But I think I would imagine after a week or so, the lion would start to really struggle without food. If its last piece of food was substantial and it was still getting access to water. Also depends on the age and the fitness of the lion. Is he old? Is he weak? Is he in his prime? Is it a female who's got cubs? Is she lactating? So Kim, I really don't have the answer for you, I'm afraid, but I would imagine it would be very similar to humans. The body would start shutting down, especially in a warm-blooded mammal. I think maybe just before the end of a week, if it's really sort of not had any nourishment whatsoever. But these big cats are experts. They may not hunt buffalo every day, but if they're hungry, they'll quite easily pounce on ground birds, scrub hares, mongoose. So although it doesn't look like they've had a kill in a while, they're not going to let themselves starve, that's for sure. Just watching this boy makes me feel hot. We're actually right next to a lodge called Thekadu, which means aardvark, and this is their quarry. So if I am correct and it is a buffalo, then they've obviously managed to sort of panic and chase a buffalo into this area, which will be quite an unusual sighting for us here. Many people report that at Madikwe, the lions don't really hunt buffalo. In the Sabi Sands they do, in Juma we saw it a lot, and it takes a sort of extra level of skill in that if a lion is not accustomed to hunting buffalo, then it's a really big organism. Depending on which area the animal lives in, the resources available, and the sort of hunting tactics that the lion learned as a youngster will really all affect what that lion hunts as a older lion. So if it is buffalo, this will be the first buffalo kill that we've seen at Madikwe. And I do believe it is more on the unusual side. Barefoot, you're asking about a lion's mane, and it is very much down to sexual selection. There's quite a well-studied principle called the handicap principle in the animal kingdom, and it relates to the animal having something that doesn't quite work with its lifestyle, which would appear to the human eye to be a handicap, to maybe potentially reduce the survival of that animal, albeit a lion's mane. Oh, here we go. Peacock tail, something that looks very extravagant and heavy and could weigh the animal down or cause the animal discomfort. And in an environment like this, oh, we can still see you, that's good. It seems strange that an animal would have such a big, thick coat of hair. I mean, it is so hot, it's uncomfortable. And that's why it falls under the handicap principle. And to the species, or to the lion themselves, is very much an indicator of viability, good genes, strength, testosterone. And lots of studies over the years have proved that the female lionesses do tend to choose the males that have the bigger and darker mane. So it's strongly linked to health and fitness. And it's a sign that that lion is big and strong and he can handle the heat, even though he has this huge mane on his head. And throughout the animal kingdom, it sort of has been proven that females do prefer males with handicaps. It's extraordinary, really. But there is sort of no real purpose. There has been some theories that, when the male lions are fighting, it provides some padding. I personally don't buy that. I think it mainly does boil down to sexual selection. Everyone, don't forget to send in your comments and questions. Escape to Nature is all. It's very an immersive experience where you are here with us on the vehicle experiencing. So I may go quiet for long periods of time just so that you can watch and feel and listen. But you can also ask us questions and send in your comments. They will always be welcome. It was our good old friend that came up, Charles Darwin, that came up with sexual selection. Looking at natural selection, just over time, species, organisms change to fit their environment always. So, for example, if Scotland became very, very warm and almost had the temperatures of Africa all year round, people would change over time because we're used to very cold weather, we're used to rain and grey skies and snow. But if we were to get hot all of a sudden, over time there would be genetic changes in humans. It would show little adaptations to the change in climate and all the changes that climate would bring. That's natural selection. And it's over a long period of time. It is evolution in a sense, but it's not the theory of evolution that I'm talking about. And sexual selection is not a subcategory of natural selection. It's something completely different. And that is when Charles Darwin looked at various different species and thought, what's going on here? Why does a lion have a mane? Why does a kudu have those gorgeous but huge horns that must be so heavy on their head? Why does a male peacock, have those feathers and that big elaborate display? And of course, it boils down to trying to impress the females, and that's where the handicap principle slots in. Charles Darwin knew something else is at play here. It's not just natural selection. Something else is happening in the animal kingdom. And that's when he came about sexual selection. It's all about successful reproduction. Got to successfully reproduce. It's not about the survival of your own species. This male lion, I can tell you, does not care about the survival of African lions. Panthera leo. He does not. He cares about his coalition and his bloodline. He wants to be the one to successfully mate with many females and father many offspring, and then he can sort of safely say that his bloodline is thriving. And in order to be successful in reproduction, you've got to have something that makes you better than everyone else. Why should the female choose you? James, I'm not sure male lions do like hunting alone. I'm not personally aware that they do. Male lions' lifestyle when they get to a certain age is to form a coalition. And you're joining up with brothers, albeit genetic ones, or just bros, you know. And you're forming a coalition to take on a bigger territory. And a bigger territory comes with not only more responsibility, but also more access to females. So you can reign over more prides. And you can only really achieve that with help from your coalition mates. But in order to actively defend your territory and in order to maintain that territory from intruders trying to steal it right from underneath your nose, you have to actively defend it. That's what being a territorial organism means. It's an act of social dominance, and it's you saying, I claim this area is mine. Is very selfish. And in order to keep it as yours, you've got to defend it. And there's all sorts of act of territoriality across the animal kingdom. Even small little limpets, fish, crustaceans in the ocean, nudibranchs, any species can effectively have a territory. if it fits in with your social structure, but you've got to actively defend it. You've got to fight, you've got to vocalize, you've got to really scent mark, show other members of your species that this is mine, social dominance. So in order for a coalition to do that, they have to separate. They have to part ways from time to time in order to patrol. And territorial patrol is a very energetically costly thing for a lion to do. So you'll often find that once they've been on a kill together and they've sort of fed and they're resty, then they've got enough energy and they'll go on patrol. They'll wander, they'll call their scent mark, and eventually they will reunite again. So I don't think male lions like hunting on their own at all. They either do it with their coalition mates, or they will do it with the pride that they are residing over. Of course, they can hunt on their own. They wouldn't be able to survive otherwise. But I don't think it's a case that it's a preference in any way. A male lion is a strong individual. However, if you've got a whole pride with you or your coalition mates, then you're going to be able to take down something much bigger. But you will spend part of your lifestyle on your own. You have to. And then you will reunite. I'm just going to sit for a moment and try and listen, figure out where the rest of this pride are. Once we find them, we'll be able to get better visuals for you. I don't see any movement or smell anything, really. Oh wait, I'm getting a faint smell of the carcass. I'm half tempted to bumble around now, figure out we're only kind of looking at a male lion through the trees, but I know there is so much around that corner. It's going to be a bumpy one though. Pied crows have already arrived on the scene. How do you guys do? Oh, there's a massive male lion behind us, Duffy. Okay, I knew we were missing a lot. Hold on, everyone. This area is ridiculous to drive. There we go. Oh, so he's walking that way. He went down into the quarry. Interesting. Sorry, everyone. This car has seen better days. I think we're going to go around everyone and just try and get some better views for you all. Ah, he's gone flat in the middle of the quarry. Hilarious. Well, there's a carcass. Didn't realize that was also right there. Indeed, it is a buffalo. Wow, very impressive. Interesting how they've abandoned it, but I'm sure somehow keeping close eye on this buffalo. Once the hyenas come, once the vultures come. Wow, it doesn't even look like they've had much. I believe this kill was only made this morning, as far as my knowledge goes. Perfect. We're going to try and reposition just a little bit, and we're going to send you guys over to Alex and Okokoyo.
Thanks, Lauren. Obviously, very cool signs and sightings there up in Madikwe. Down in Madikwe, at least from Okokoyo. And we do have one of those lovely Angolan giraffe that was just here at the water. But great that we could show you both subspecies today, because we did have its very close relative and cousin, the southern or Cape giraffe in Mashatu, drinking today. So very nice that we did get to see it, because there were about 4 or 5 of them earlier on this morning. However, they didn't decide to come drink with us, so it was quite sad, but this one did. So just cool just to see and note the differences, and also just to be able to see 2 different subspecies of giraffe in a day. Quite a cool thing, if you ask me. Please do excuse the voices in the background. We are here in Okokoyo, and this is the main camp in Etosha. So every now and then we do have visitors and guests that do stray onto the audio. It's something we do try and avoid. Sometimes it is inevitable that it might happen. However, it's still great to see the giraffe here and spend some time with our Angolan giraffe. Lots of springboks still around, as well as quite a few lapwing. So it's been a bit quieter, so these lapwing haven't really decided to dive bomb or scuttle about, make such a racket as they normally do. They are generally quite unhappy at the best of times, and that's obviously understandable because they do nest on the ground, although I'm not too sure if there is a nest here at the moment. they do make everyone very aware of their presence. Quite nice to have that giraffe in the background as well while the springbok come in and out.
The media sort of use that a bit, I think. They sort of came up here.
I know what you mean a little bit. I find Kate. I mean, she's very much there to do a role, isn't she? Like, she knows exactly what role, what she's going to be like, and, I think.
So where in California? Oh. Have you been? I haven't. I've done the sort of big road trip LA to Vegas to San Fran and Tennessee and long way and back down there. Yeah, California's brilliant.
It's on my to-do list. I would absolutely love to go.
Yeah, right now things are a little bleak, the tires but yeah. They're gonna be something fish stores really good guys.
Hi Amanda, that's a great question. Just before I answer you, I can see that this giraffe is looking like it's coming back. So I'm just going to make sure that the camera is nicely positioned before I answer you, but I will answer you now. It's always great to chat about them when they're a bit closer and we can zoom into and we can chat about those benefits of having a long neck as you asked. Obviously one is its height, and that does mean that it can see quite far, and that also means that it is able to access different layers or higher levels of food. So obviously it has less competition up that high to eat those leaves, and in particular acacia, and they do love knob thorns. In particular, at least in the Kruger, here that wouldn't be the case, but in the Kruger and in Djuma, they will love the knob thorns. That is probably their most favorite tree there. So being able to be that high and having that height does give them an advantage in terms of feeding and browsing. And again, I said also their ability to see very far as well. So that also gives them an advantage in terms of being able to note any predator that might be approaching from a distance. So that does help them. So those are two primary reasons for having, or advantages at least, is having a long neck. And what's quite interesting is that those vertebrae, although they number the same vertebrae that we have, 7 in our neck, those vertebrae are around a foot long in length. And what's quite interesting too is that because their neck is actually short for their body, that's why they can't bend over straight while standing up and drink. You would have just noticed obviously how it had to almost open its legs and curtsy down to drink. That is because their necks are too short to reach the water. The advantages obviously being height to feed and height to see far, and they do have good eyesight. And you have very cool dove in the background as well, the morning dove. One of my favorite ones to listen to or hear.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So you can see the springbok are actually very relaxed, and they're far more relaxed than the impala around here with regards to being around the water and actually going in and drinking. Them and the gemsbok are the only ones that really go in and actually wade in that deep. Other than obviously the black rhino gets in quite deep too, and we've said the ellies also swim. The zebras sometimes get in a bit deeper, but of the antelope species that do come here, it's the springbok and the gemsbok that get the deepest into the water. Please do remember, as always, this is a live and interactive experience, as well as it being your safari. So always, please let us know of any questions, or any conversations you'd like to have with us, any observations you might have made, anything you want to really chat about with regards to what we are looking at. We do love answering your questions, and we do love hearing from you. So please do send anything that you would like to chat about, or anything you'd like to know through. So it seems that the springbok and the giraffe are going to be here for a minute, and Lauren has also repositioned and found her lions again, so we're going to head off to her in Madikwe.
There are 3 huge male lions here. I have not seen anything like this until, well, since Blondie, Darkmane, and Mohawk avokas arrived in Djuma way back in 2018. Those boys had it easy, let me tell you. Here in Madikwe, I can't imagine it's easy. There are a lot of lions, but it's difficult to show you right now. We had the one that sort of nestled in the thicket up on the embankment of the quarry. There's this boy here who's come down into the quarry and, well, I don't really think he's done very well at seeking shade. I don't think he is even in the shade. And there's another boy up the top, so they're not all together in one frame, I'm afraid, but I'd love to see that. They've all got fat tummies, so they've clearly had their fair share of buffalo. I love the avokas from the northern sort of Sabi Sands. Well, they came from Avoca, actually. Those boys. I love them dearly. But they didn't split because technically they were still a coalition, but you never found the 3 of them together. It was really interesting dynamics. Fascinating coalition. But after about a year, if not less, you rarely found the 3 of them together. And that's quite a sight to see. 3 huge male lions with their massive manes, thick and dark, just like what we've been talking about, coming into their prime. And here we have 3. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize it was male lions that we were coming to. I just knew it was Tau. You say Tau in Madikwe, which is Swana. You say Ngonyama in Amakala, and Ngala. You say that in Djuma. So that just goes back to James' questions. Do they like hunting alone? The 3 of them did this together. Ronnie, I really don't know how many lions it would take. It would depend on the size of a buffalo, really, and the situation, the health of the lions. I would imagine a male lion. It's all very speculative, these questions, but I imagine a big, strong male lion in his prime could definitely take down a calf buffalo, possibly even a female. But a big, huge male buffalo surrounded by the rest of the herd, that's a dangerous operation. Once the buffalo's on the ground, it is a lot easier. It takes a while for a big, heavy, cumbersome animal to get back up again. But I don't have an answer for you as to how many lions it takes to kill a buffalo. But I think more than one is definitely advantageous because they all sort of play their part in that one will jump on the rump of the buffalo and normally one will sort of go for the throat, go for the chokehold, which doesn't sound very pleasant, but that is how lions take down a huge species of prey like buffalo. So the more the better. But I think a male buffalo in his prime and a male lion, that's a big task. I'm not sure they would risk it. Both species have tremendous power, though. But I don't think there's a definitive number. Because when hunting, if you risk injury and you end up getting hurt, that could be fatal in so many ways, and it could prevent you from hunting again if your injury is that severe. So the predators also got to be careful. And buffalo are huge animals with massive horns, great body weight. Excuse me, everyone. Zoe, because they're greedy. Lionesses are strong. Also huge animals. But they got nothing on the male lions. Male lions are greedy. They want to dominate the carcass. They want to eat everything they can. And they will chase off females and cubs. Nothing more than that. They're just big and strong, so they just dominate. I've seen Nkuhumas and the Avokas feeding on carcasses together. But the male lions, my goodness, they can get very, very aggressive at carcasses. Aggressive towards their own cubs, or who they think are their own cubs. And the females, the prides that they mate with and follow around all day. They can also get aggressive with one another and within the coalition. However, it'll more likely just be a snarl or two, and then they'll go back to eating. But a coalition like this, so far I can see 3. There could potentially be more. There is a male lion coalition once recorded with 9 lions. 9! Imagine seeing that walk towards you, my goodness. But so far we've seen 3, and with power like that, you really can take down a big animal like a buffalo, possibly even a giraffe, a zebra. So the bigger the prey, naturally, the more food there is to go around. I'm going to guess that buffalo's a Daga boy that was on his own, but we'll need to check. I can't confirm that. Lulu, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Why are lions afraid of buffaloes? I'm not aware that they are. Maybe I've got the context of this question wrong. I'm not aware that lions are afraid of buffalo. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know how to expand on that one. You're welcome if I'm getting this wrong to resend in your question, but I'm not aware that they are afraid of buffalo. I mean, if a huge herd of buffalo is going to chase you and you're on your own, then yes, you're probably going to be a little bit scared and run. But in general, I don't think lions are scared of buffalo. That heat is really starting to come through. We heard there was rain on the forecast for today, but nothing so far. Do you know the forecast, Mr. Lion? I bet you do. Coalition dynamics really fascinate me. I find it just really intriguing, a big strong animal like that forming bonds to create a sort of brotherhood. And I'm not saying they are all brothers, but to create that sort of brotherhood for the greater good, the greater reproductive goal. And unlike cheetahs, it doesn't have to be all brothers, so they don't have to be relatives or even cousins. In that instance, if your brothers and your cousins are part of your coalition, then even if you don't get to mate with that female, even if you don't get the chance, you're still reproducing by proxy. So it's still slightly more beneficial for you in that regard to have a coalition of brothers, but maybe you don't have any brothers. But still, if you don't, strangers will meet and come together and can form a coalition of just random nomadic male lions that have just come together and realized, hey, you're actually okay. If I stick around you, we can dominate this area. And if you think, going back to that sort of question about being alone in coalition and why there's a coalition for territory, male mammals really, no matter which mammal you're looking at, can't be the sole caregiver of offspring. Because it's the females in mammals that produce milk, and it's the milk that is required to ensure your offspring grow big and strong and survive. So for that reason alone, the males can't be the sole caregivers. Males can possibly pay or provide assistance in some species, but otherwise the males will fulfill a different role. And this is not the case across the board, but for mammals it's sort of similar. Males can then be territorial to protect that area, and if you're a female lioness in the pride and you're sort of under the reign of a coalition, then in a sense you are protected by those males. Those males will look after the prides that come under them within a specific area. And that's why in Djuma a long time ago, Darkmane, one of the Avokas, went off with the Talamati pride, and Blondie and Mohawk went off with the Nkahuma pride. And it was just interesting how they were still part of that brotherhood, that coalition, but they were sort of spending more time with separate prides. The males can't produce milk. So within the animal kingdom, the role of the two sexes fascinates me. I've got a book on the role of the female in the animal kingdom. It's got a foul name, I won't go into that. But it's a really, really interesting book because the sexes don't really use the word gender when talking about animals. The sexes, really, when you start to dig into it, it's very not linear and sort of lines are blurred between the two sexes, and it becomes very fascinating when you dig into each species and find out their roles. I have a funny feeling these male lions are going to sleep all day. I can see that one behind you, Darby. I don't know if you're able to get a view from here, are you? We're going to try. We have a roof on this vehicle. It makes things a little bit tricky. Watching. We see you. Isn't it amazing how he just disappears like that once he puts his head down? It's really a lion's mane that gives him away. You know, the dynamics of a coalition is not too unlike herd life. If you go into the ecology behind being in a herd, it's actually, again, all about selfishness. If you think of impalas, they're not really herding together to protect one another, as one may think. They're herding together to dilute their presence, hiding amongst each other. If you're on your own, then you could be in trouble. But if there's 100 of you, well, you have 1 in 100 chance of being attacked by a lion. And it's not too unlike that, because if you think about a coalition, they're not coming together out of any sort of fraternal good, really. They're coming together to maximize their own chance for reproducing. So a single male lion, like this guy we're watching with his massive tummy, a single male lion's reproductive success, if you like, depends on how well his coalition can withstand all the pressures that they will come across within an area. They've got to defend their territory from other male lions, intruders, others trying to get their females, others trying to get their resources. So this individual success is based on the success of the coalition. So they're blending in together to come together to maximize their own success. So it's also quite selfish behavior. I don't know if the analogy with herd life was a very good one, but it's not really to come together for the greater good of each other. It's coming together so that you can maximize your success at the end of the day. So it's a common interest, but the goal is still the same of each individual. heavy he's panting. It must be really uncomfortable. There is a nice breeze today which will help keep him cool. No wonder the hyenas are not coming any closer. I was suspicious. But of course there are 3 massive male lions around. Timothy, it's a tough ones today. I don't know how long. I think lions would guard a kill until they're done with it. I've seen lions on a kill for up to a week, especially when it's a huge carcass like a buffalo, and there are lots of sort of mouths to be fed, cubs involved. I've seen lions move off of a kill immediately. The elephant carcass that we had the other day was said to be killed by 2 male lions, and they obviously didn't feed on it for very long and just left it for whatever reasons. We can only speculate, but I don't think there's a length of time really. I think they will just stay on it until they're done with it, and the minute they move off, they know that the scavengers come in. That's how it rolls out here. So they're very familiar that the hyenas will be waiting, the jackals will be waiting, the vultures, the pied crows, the marabou storks, everyone will be waiting, and they know that. So I really think it depends. Naturally, lions don't hoist like leopards do. So they just sit and guard their carcass for as long as it takes, really. As long as there's food, there's not really a need to go anywhere else. And there's a river nearby here. We tried to show you it, but it's in a bit of a dip. And apparently they've already been for a drink this morning. So as long as you've got water and you've got food, you don't need to go anywhere. Okay, we're gonna stay here a little bit longer with our sleepy male lions. You never know, they might get up, and we're gonna send you guys back over to Alex and Okakuyu.
So joining us in the moment is a healthy number of impala. It's been great to see impala here and a Mashatu, and we did see a few up in the thicker vegetation in Juma. Great to see them here in nice numbers as well. Sometimes they're in almost smaller little herds here, but a very decent amount that have come through for us at least this morning, this afternoon now. And they are kind of making their way off. Just going to see if anything else decides to come through. But there are lots of springbok around as well at the moment as well. So we have quite a bit of action here, fortunately. I will try and zoom in on this Impala U as well. Seems like everyone's running off. We do have a lone gemsbok, it seems, also coming to join us. I'm also just trying to scan the horizons and peripheries as well, just to make sure we don't miss anything that might be coming through. Nice gemsbok making its way down, and these wildebeest just hanging off here. So we'll just even hang with the wildebeest.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
quite clearly hear the Cape Coa there. Very loud, almost obnoxious. So let us just zoom out because the wildebeest are just on the right of us. I think while we wait for these wildebeest to come join us, well, it looks like they've even moved on. But if they've moved on, I think it's also time for us to move on and go and see what Rolf is up to in Kariega.
Well, thanks Alex, and I tell you what, a lot of animals have shown themselves now here on the plains near to Scotia Dam. We have been treated to the buffalo wallowing, and now Thandi and her calves making their way towards us. So the tail curling up like that, either initiating defecating, or it can also indicate when they are pretty anxious. But in that instance, I think it was the former. If you have a look at her face now, that has been amputated, and when I first met Thandi, it was about 8 years ago, and it was still pretty open, and there were still quite a few surgeries that she had to go through, that now it is completely closed up, sealed, and looking very good. But she does often sort of scratch it. We've spoken about it, that kind of phantom itch or phantom limb itch that you get. I wonder if that's the kind of irritation she has there, or maybe it's just scar tissue. But she does push that area into the mud and on trees and all sorts. She does rough it up quite regularly. Be nice if they come towards us and have a wallow. I am next to one of the favorite wallow points. Set myself up here because it seems the buffalo and the rhino and the warthogs, especially when it gets hot, they like to come and wallow. So Grieg, the benefit that they get, it's mainly down to thermoregulation. So that's why I sit here, especially when the sun comes out and it's very hot. Then the rhino, as well as elephants, buffalo, they're all animals that do like to then wallow, because firstly it helps to cool them down, and then it cakes on them that it assists for a longer term thermoregulation. I think they're making their way all the way over to us. You know, Thandi has been quite curious, especially of me, in this sort of different shaped outline that I'm presenting, with me standing in the back of the vehicle here. It's not normally that the safari vehicles do present that. The guides, especially in these open top vehicles, will tell guests not to stand up because it does break the outline of the vehicle. When we speak of outlines of the vehicle, if you have a roof on your vehicle, well, that is the outline. So it's not as of an important issue when you do have a roof over the vehicle, but it can startle animals. So, but mainly it's with these open top vehicles that you don't want to be standing up, especially when you're in the presence of predators like lions, because then they really do take notice. And especially if there's children on board, lions can actually charge vehicles. I've seen it. Somebody climbing over a seat or something like that in a lion sighting, and lions can come at the vehicle when they spot that little child. So as always, as we're watching Thandi here come over towards the wallow, jump on board with us and send us your questions and your comments, or what you'd like to know, or what you know. And in particular, let's talk about rhinos. Definitely making our way over to the wallow. It's one of those nice hot days. It's been great because we've got all the sort of larger animals out here now. There's rhino, there's eland, and there was a buffalo. And Thandi's taking us on a lovely stroll, and you can see all the other animals in the background. Alright. We're going to come up over the ridge and hopefully go for a bit of a spa. You do find they're rather awkward when they climb into the water because, as you can imagine, they're massive bodies, but they do seem to find it difficult to find a comfortable spot. And you would think that they lie lengthways with the line of this wallow, but you'll see that they kind of like to lie sideways, and then they don't really get in the wallow properly. It's almost like you want to go and help them just realign and get in the mud in a better position. The walking tanks. And it's also great for photography, especially once they lie in the mud, because then their skin, especially at this time of the day, it's not great for photography. Everything's quite bland, even with the lovely colors that we have here, but you don't have the contrasts that you may have in the mornings or the late afternoon with the sun at an angle. But when they wallow and they get that nice shine on them, it does make for great photos. The other one walked off a little bit. I think that's Mtetu. Yes, Tina, definitely. It's a perfect day for a spa. But wildlife do things at their own time. Maybe just checking that it's all safe. That's a little Sia. It's two boys, it's not a mother and daughter. It's a mother and her two sons. Well, that was hard work walking all the way across the plain. Need a little snooze. But the ears don't stop. time for a massage before going into the spa. So Arctic Circle, they do have a particular smell. If you've ever smelled elephants, they've got a very particular earthy smell. Now rhinos, it's quite similar but different, and I've never smelt anything quite like a rhino. It's not very strong, but you also do get a little bit of the smell of the middens, if I can say that. So it's quite like that smell. It's the almost the smell of a lawnmower when you've collected all that grass, but it is mixed a little bit with the urine, which is it's not a terrible smell. It's just a very particular smell that they have about them, because they do very often sort of push their poo around, which is just cut grass, slightly digested, and mix it with their urine. But then they also cake themselves with mud. We got an ostrich calling. I don't know if you'll hear it over the wind. But elephants, I've also been very close, sometimes too close, on foot, and also on the vehicle. Come up to our vehicle many times, and with them it's sort of more of a barky smell with elephants. Yeah, but as I say, quite similar earthy smell, but then slightly different. And there's a friend of mine who I used to work together. We used to train the trails rangers, and his name was Henry Parsons, and I forget where he worked, but he was a trails ranger and a guide. And there was a story about him where it was with a reserve that they did walks with elephants. Now I'm not sure the exact story, where the elephants had come from, etc., but one of the handlers was sick one day, so he was asked to jump in, and so he did, and he was leading the elephant, and something happened that the elephant took exception to him. And I will finish that story after the break. But yes, smells of these big animals, sometimes you just need to be close enough to them. One animal, or there's a couple of animals that you'll never forget their smell. Wild dogs, they've got a very pungent, stinky smell. But one even worse than that is brown hyena. I've found with their long hair, they're not very clean, and they can stink. What's the most stinky animal you've ever come across? I must say, having been fishing, I've on a number of occasions pulled in terrapins that have gotten hooked on my worms that I was trying to catch fish with, and bringing those in close to the boat. They have an extremely pungent smell that they excrete as a defense mechanism, and I tell you what, the defense really works, because it hones. That's just speaking of the animals themselves, but civet pastings also pretty terrible. So are hyena pastings. I would say brown hyena stronger than spotted. with those particular smells. I can smell it from a mile away where there's hyena pastings, and they say that there's sort of like two groups of people. Some people can't smell it and others can. We used to often play with the trails rangers when we found those hyena pastings, because if they were part of the group that couldn't smell it, we used to say, stick your nose on it and you'll smell it. And then we used to just bump it as they put their nose there and get a bit of hyena anal pasting on the end of your nose. And then you either continue smelling that for the next week, or if you're on the other side, you don't smell it at all. So that friend of mine who used to do trails with me and was asked to look after or walk with the elephant on the day that one of the handlers was sick, something frightened or scared or angered this elephant that he was leading, and it proceeded to peg him with its tusk against the ground. I think it was against a termite mound, but it pierced through his hip, right through, and this elephant was right on top of him trying to kill him, and it was pushing down on him, but it couldn't go any further. The tusk was pegged into the ground, and he just said all he could remember from that was the smell of the elephant. He thought he was a goner, he was done. Eventually they managed to get the elephant off him and pull him off of the tusk, and that is just what he recalls, is the smell of that elephant. And he said he couldn't get it off of him for a week. Now, whether that was the trauma that made him remember that like that, but obviously being that close, I don't think many people have been that close to an elephant who's right on top of him. Its head was pushing against him, but it couldn't kill him because of the ground. So he was lucky that it had tusks and that it was pegged into the ground. But now he does still walk with a limp, because I think he may have even had to have a hip replacement. But that was one lucky guy, because there were a few little things that saved him that day. But that's just going on the smell. But I must say, rhinos, they don't smell bad, but there is a particular smell about them. So Sinak Tandi was born in 2012. So she is now 10 years old, and she gives birth on the clock every 2 years. She gave birth in 2015, her first, and ever since then she's given birth every 2 years. So they do suspect that she is pregnant now. We'll have to wait and see. She is looking rather large. Sometimes difficult luck with the zebra. They do have bloated stomachs. It's just the nature of their digestive system. I'll just have a look at Mtetu here. He's just doing a bit of grazing with the ever-present Cape wagtail. A couple of them. A little bit of competition between them even. They'll just move around him as he walks, picking up any of the insects that he bumps up. So Sylvie, those white butterflies, surprise, surprise, are called whites. Very easy. And here, I think they're actually building towards the migration. I don't think it's a brown-veined white, but it might actually be. It's one of the whites. And there's a particular time of year it's coming up shortly where there's a huge migration of them. And everywhere we're just going to be seeing these white butterflies being blown by the wind, and sometimes in huge waves. It'll be interesting to find out a little bit more about these migrations when they start occurring. Just watch those little wagtails. Busy, busy. Sacred ibis shooting past. So there you would probably call that commensalism, as a symbiotic relationship. The rhino is not really benefiting from those wagtails there, but they are definitely gaining from this relationship with the rhino. If they were to assist in alarming for any kind of danger, then it would be mutualism, but I don't believe that they're much use to the rhino at all. They're definitely not parasites, as you can have with oxpeckers, but they are gaining from the rhino. You can see that hill now nicely up off the ground, and that is the foot, which is going straight up to the hill. So it's like they walk on their fingers. Looks like she's thinking about going for a bath. So Amy, yes, rhino are territorial. White rhino less so than black rhino, and white rhino have rather large home ranges, but much smaller territories. But their territories, however, are larger than black rhino. Because, as you can imagine, from what they feed on, they're grazers, and they do require a lot of food, so up to 50 kilos of grass per day. So they can cover quite a bit of ground in their grazing habits, and they do defend those areas, yes. So as I explained before, but if you don't know, a home range, if I can put it into human ways, your house would be your territory, where you wouldn't allow anybody just to come inside and do whatever they like or whatever. That would be where they'd be invited in, but you'd also defend that area quite vigorously. But the home range would be everywhere that you go shopping, you go to school, you go to the park, and everybody else there is happy that you're in that area. You don't have a problem with everybody else. And there's not much conflict in those particular spaces, but then moving back to your house, that is where your territory is. So it's the same with rhinos. They do move out of their territories, and very often home ranges overlap, but territories don't overlap. And home ranges which overlap normally would include waterholes. Like for instance at Okukuyu, you've got many rhino there that have, as part of Okukuyu, that's in their home range, but then they walk away and they go back to their territory, which they would then defend a lot more vigorously. Obviously around that waterhole you do have a convergence, especially in the dry season, which is now heading right up into November, December, when there's a little bit of light rain there, and then sort of January to March is when the big rains come. But now under this current period you'll have a lot of rhino converging on Okukuyu, and that's when there is quite a bit of conflict with especially males, and that's where I've seen lots of fights there, especially at night. And it's just because black rhino are extremely territorial, more so than white rhino. And then bulls obviously also don't like to be in the space of other bulls, and so there's a lot of conflict around those waterholes. But that would be part of their home range, not so much their territories. Territories are more so where they feed and they mark. You don't really see them feeding and marking at Okukuyu waterhole.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw my ribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
So very sadly we did lose Rolf, but we hope he will be back at some point as well, because it's always very interesting listening to him and watching Thandi. However, we are here with 2 giraffe and some zebra. Quite weird that we haven't had any elephant through here yet today, but fantastic to be able to spend some time with these giraffe and with the zebra. It's interesting that the giraffe have chosen this side to drink because it wallows quite deep, and that is exactly where the warthog and the elephant kind of spend most of their time. So generally we normally see the giraffe on the other side of the dam, but I suppose access is access, and where they feel happiest is where they will drink. So just cool to watch. Obviously the baboons that were around earlier have also pushed on now. I can't hear them at all, but it looks like these giraffe are quite content and happy to just chill and drink here in front of us. It seems like the time is up though, but maybe this one will hang back a little bit. Time to run after mom. So we'll just keep a track on where the zebra move off to. They do kind of seem quite relaxed at the moment, so we do have that playing in our favor. Just taking it easy in the shade. So just want to make sure that I don't miss anyone here else on the right. But that zebra and the rest of them seem to also be pushing off. Possibly under the shade though, I think. Maybe time to just relax, take it easy before heading off later on when it does start to cool down in a few hours, probably in about, I'd say between 90 minutes and 2 hours from now it should start to cool down. It will start to get to the hottest points of the days now. It kind of reaches its crescendo, and then from about 3 to 4 it does start to cool down again towards sunset, and then obviously the whole cycle kind of begins again. We go through dusk and then into the evening, dawn, and we then get into the day again tomorrow. But really quite strange not to have Ellie's around. Does look like the zeb might want more to drink, so we'll just hang with it for a minute. Yeah, no elephant on the side, so we'll go back to the zeb and we'll just wait and see what might come through. The giraffes are there just feeding on the vegetation. The zebra pretty relaxed itself. So it seems like it's quite a lazy afternoon here in Mshatu. And with that being said, Lauren's still got her lions in Madikwe, so we're off to her.
This is the third boy, believe it or not, the one you haven't seen. So you've seen 2 members of the coalition, and this is the third. Not giving us a very wonderful view of his face just yet, but you can see he's very rotund and full body. From what I can see, it looks to be in absolutely excellent condition. I think he's just feeling it rather hot today. It's not hot like it has been, but it's sticky. A little bit humid when you just feel, sticky and hot, slightly overcast. But this is a third member of our coalition here. Are you camera shy, boy? So they are actually all quite far away from the carcass. In sightings I've had before, it's not unusual for the lions to either fall asleep on top of the carcass or just fall asleep right next to it, but they have all scattered. None of them are in visual sight of the buffalo. So technically something could be snacking away on that carcass very, very silently. None of them would be able to see it. Would they hear it or smell it? Well, that's another matter. Wow, that tummy is huge.
Quite soft.
Yeah. Neither of us got that question, MC. Billy Wild Guy? Yes and no. It's a tricky one because to our ears, it mostly sounds like males and females are using the same vocalizations. We can hear it's a male because it's a lot deeper and louder most of the time, but to our ears, it probably sounds like the vocalizations that both sexes use are the same. But to a lion, that's not going to be the case. You've got to, in order to understand an animal, you've got to really become that animal. So if you are a female lion, you will absolutely understand as a male lion calling. And if you are a male lion, like this sleepyhead here, you're going to understand that that's your coalition mates. You're also going to know who is calling. Is it Bob down in the quarry or is it Jim sitting on the embankment? You will know. Obviously just made those names up, but they can identify each other's calls. They will also be able to recognize potential intruders' calls and strangers' calls. But to our ears, yes, it probably does sound the same. They make, more so the females, make a really soft contact call. And then, of course, they make their big, loud vocalization that we term a roar. But to a lion, it will be completely different. It's important to recognize individuals in your own species, and you can go really deep with that, how individuals recognize each other, why they recognize each other, and then you can even go into kin recognition. A lot of species are able to recognize their own kin, of course, because, well, sometimes you have to. You've got to stay clear of your own kin for genetic purposes. And the natural world has wired its own solution to that. So in answer to your question, Billy Wild Guy, they have the same call to our ears, but to each other, the vocalization will be very apparent who it is that's making that vocalization. Male lions' vision is not that great. Yes, they can see, but they're not entirely visual beings. So their calls and their chemical signatures that they leave behind in their little scoosh scoosh when they're scent marking, that's going to be crucial. That's effectively how they communicate. You need to understand that aspect of each other. And when they do smell each other's urine or each other's sort of sebum that they're leaving on the vegetation, that will contain the chemical signature. That will contain information about that individual. No two lion or lionesses are going to have the same chemical signature. So if Jim urinates and then Bob urinates, he's going to know which one is which. It's important to know each other's scent. And if that means sniffing each other's urine puddles, then that is what you do. I have a funny feeling these three boys may not again wake up until that sun starts to go down, which is a little bit unfortunate. I wanted them all to come together for a family portrait. It's been fantastic to meet them all. I just heard lions had killed a buffalo. I didn't quite realize that it was a coalition. We may go around and check on the others in just a moment. Lions have the world's reputation, great reputation for sleeping. Of course, though. I've just taken down a buffalo, and it's hot, and they're full. You can see the trees moving in the background. There's a really nice breeze coming through, which I'm very grateful for. In the afternoon here at Madikwe, there always seems to be a nice breeze that picks up. And it just breaks the stifling hot atmosphere of the day. I do believe we're in for a heavy weekend of rain, not just a light drizzle. And if that's the case, then that really is going to be the first big rain. So although we got rain yesterday, I don't believe it was torrential, but I do believe that's coming. And it's necessary for this environment. All sorts of things can go wrong when an environment or a habitat doesn't get water. It can become really starved of nutrients, and it can affect the organisms. It can affect the buffalo, for example, in terms of their nutrition, which means that will then go on to affect the lions that feed on the buffalo. Don't worry, that's not happening here, but water is important, and it's important that it comes soon. Cat lover. You obviously love cats, and you're over the moon to see these 3 male lions. Me too.
Male.
What did I say?
Female.
Did I say female? I'm hot, guys. It's hard sitting out here in the heat all day. Yes, sorry, male lions. It has been an incredibly spectacular afternoon. So far, we have only seen 2 male lions in all the sightings that we've had, but during our time here at Madikwe, we have seen a lot of lions. They're really renowned for their lion sightings. But yes, these 3 male, definitely not female, have been quite special, although they've gone very flat now. We obviously did get very good views of all of them. I'm not sure, did this one show his face for the viewers? Oh, sadly not, because he's beautiful. I mean, they all are beautiful, but this one's face is particularly stunning. I wonder what Madikwe will sound like. I like letting you guys listen to the sounds, but I wonder what Madikwe will sound like when all the migrant birds arrive. It's going to sound completely different, and I can't wait. So what a lovely afternoon spent with 3 male lions, but for now we're going to send you guys back over to Alex and Okakuyu.
Thanks, Lauren. And we have something quite different indeed from lions, but we do have a huge herd of zebra coming through to the water here now, and obviously the springbuck. This is really nice. I love seeing it when big numbers of zebra come through for us. It really is something special when they are in large numbers like this. It does seem to be rather hot, and the springbok have got very deep into the water as usual. And we are just waiting for the rest of this herd to kind of come down to the water and see what goes on with them. So we will just take some time just to appreciate some zebra, because we didn't have them through earlier. We were hoping to get them through earlier this morning, but at least they did come through for us. We can't complain. I'm going to try and get a little bit closer. I hope they don't spook. Hi Ryan. So the springbok definitely will compete at certain points, and the zebra compete quite often with each other. So they do compete as stallions come in and out. They run harems. The stallions, and when the stallions do fight, it actually is something to watch, because it actually is rather impressive. They really are aggressive, and they do bite and kick. They really can be quite brutal. So they definitely do have conflict. And the stallions can also be quite brutal after that, because they will want to ensure succession of their genes. So if there are young foals around, stallions are known to sometimes even kill young foals. Not necessarily the nicest things that happen, but it is part of the natural world. And it is a process of natural selection. So it is something that does happen. It is something that we need to be cognizant of as well, and so that we don't interfere with it either, because that is what was intended. It does seem like the others are kind of hesitating, so I'm going to zoom back out again. Just make sure we don't miss anyone else that does come through, because it can happen pretty quickly that we do get different animals come through and then we miss them. Otherwise we will just sit with the springbok for a second. And you can hear the crows there. So it doesn't look like anyone else is really around at the moment, so we will just take some time just to sit with the springbok for a second while they kind of mosey on into the water.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
So it does seem like those zebra over there have kind of got over coming to a drink, but I do have some action over in Mashatu, and I'd like for us just to head over there and see what is going on. It's always great watching these giraffe and the zebra are playing ball with us here at least. Obviously it's cool to watch the springbuck, but to spend a final minute with a giraffe and zebra and where we started this morning, I think it's great just to be able to appreciate the natural beauty that is here in the land of the giants, and hopefully we will see this giraffe drinking once more. But it does seem that the rest of the antelope and animals, zebra, are also looking for some of that shade. It's a pity we didn't get any ellies here, but we did get that one elephant in Djuma earlier, and that was fantastic. So we did still keep up to track, and we did have that huge troop of baboons here as well, which is really awesome to spend some time with baboons today. So a great success all round. Please do remember that these are interactive and live experiences, as well as your safaris or journeys into the wilderness. And we do love to hear from you. We do love to hear your questions, your comments, any observations you might have had or noted while we're on, and if there's anything you'd like to let us know about. So please do send those through. We will obviously be going across to Penguin Beach just now, and you can send those through to Penguin Beach. But it has been a fantastic day here on Escape to Nature. We've had lots of cool things to show you, and it's been such a pleasure to enjoy some time in the African wilderness. So from all of us here from Escape to Nature, and especially the wildlife, thank you, and thank you for sharing this time with us, and wishing you a great afternoon after this.